I'm Sandra, and I'm just the professional your small business was looking for. But you didn't hire me because you didn't use LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn has professionals you can't find anywhere else, including those who aren't actively looking for a new job, but might be open to the perfect role, like me.
In a given month, over 70% of LinkedIn users don't visit other leading job sites. So if you're not looking on LinkedIn, you'll miss out on great candidates like Sandra. Start hiring professionals like a professional. Post your free job on linkedin.com/spoken today.
Millions of people have lost weight with personalized plans from Noom. Like Evan, who can't stand salads and still lost 50 pounds.
Salads generally for most people are the easy button, right? For me, that wasn't an option. I never really was a salad guy. That's just not who I am. But Noom worked for me.
Get your personalized plan today at Noom.com. Real Noom user compensated to provide their story. In 4 weeks, the typical Noom user can expect to lose 1 to 2 pounds per week. Individual results may vary.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah, Randy.
Since we founded Bombas, we've always said our socks, underwear, and T-shirts are super soft. Any new ideas?
Maybe sublimely soft.
Or disgustingly cozy.
Wait, what?
I got it. Bombas. Absurdly comfortable essentials for yourself
and for those facing homelessness.
Because one purchased equals one donated.
Wow, did we just write an ad?
Yes.
Bombas. Big comfort for everyone. Go to bombas.com/ACAST and use code ACAST for 20% off your first purchase.
Hello and welcome to the Napoleonicist. I swore I was never going to do one of these again. I may have told a little bit of a fib. What you have incoming is a monstrosity of an odyssey, of an epic journey, of a hyperbole of an episode. Because some of my guests are trying to work out what the hell I've just kind of spewed out my mouth. I'm not even sure I entirely know. Back along, you may recall that I did the greatest film of the Napoleonic era, and I invited 8 guests in 2 kind of episodes mashed into one for what turned into something like a 4-hour epic. At the time, it darn nearly killed me, and I said I'd never do it again. And then I decided to do a little Twitter post on what is the most irritating myth of the Napoleonic era, and everybody went mental. And I realized I can't do this in a single episode. I'm going to have to do it all over again and do 2 episodes back to back and mash them into one, and you're all going to hate me for it. Don't hate me. I recorded part 2 last night, and it was genuinely some of the most fun I've had podcasting for a heck of a long time. It's going to be a hell of an episode as we debate this most irritating myth of the Napoleonic era. There are going to be rants aplenty this evening. I'm expecting people to get angry. The profanity filter has been removed from this double episode. Mouths are agog at this suggestion. So people can say what they like, how they like, and there will be no kind of swear box from me on this one. Who have I got with me then? Well, a collection of some of my favorite people who, rather oddly, the way that this has fallen, are all involved in the exciting charity that I've told you about before, the Napoleonic and Revolutionary War Graves charity. #ad, #shameless plug. If you don't already know the details, go follow on Twitter at NRWG charity, #ad, #shameless plug. So who are my guests? Well, let's start with Professor Ed Coss, Emeritus Professor of Military History at the United States Command and General Staff College of Fort Belvoir, Virginia. Ed is the author of All for the King's Shilling and a superb chapter in a little edited collection published by yours truly, #ad, #shameless plug, entitled The Sword and the Spirit, in which he assessed Napoleon's mental state. If you're a fan of Napoleon, you won't be hugely happy with the outcome of the assessment. Little warning for you there. That doesn't mean that the findings aren't valid or worthy of your attention. Ed, great to see you. That was quite a rambling introduction. How are you doing, my friend?
Good. I'm not sure who the person you were talking about is, but I'm glad to be here with these fine. The rest of the guests are prime.
They absolutely are. From one professor to another, we have Beatrice de Graaf with me, another regular on the Napoleonicist. I've lost track of how many of these episodes you've done now, Beatrice. You've become sort of my resident diplomatic correspondent on this show. Your CV, blimey, if we went through your CV, would be here until the end of time. But Professor of sort of international relations and diplomatic studies at the University of Utrecht, an expert in diplomatic history, author of Fighting Terror After Napoleon, which was published by Cambridge University Press, all-round lovely individual. Great to see you, Beatrice. How are you doing?
Thank you so much. I feel overwhelmed by this introduction. Thank you so much.
I'm only speaking facts. Somebody who's never overwhelmed by flattering introductions, mainly because I'm always mean to him and never give him a flattering introduction, is my next guest, Marcus Cribb. Marcus, you'll know him as the Napoleonic commentator. He's forever telling people about the Battle of Porto. I call it Oporto, he calls it Porto. We have arguments about this. He's a great one for a meme. He's not a fan of Napoleon. But we do have a good laugh on Twitter. Marcus, really good to see you. How are you doing?
I'm very well. It's nice that you're being nice again, my good friend. No, and it's nice to be in such esteemed company of our trustees for the great charity that we're founding.
And last, but by no means least, we have Peter Molloy, another Napoleonic commentator who's been kind of setting the world ablaze with his recent visits to places like Waterloo, no less. Peter, great to see you again. How are you doing? Are you recovering from this process of forming a charity?
It's fun. It is nothing but fun. I'm good. How are you? Thank you very much for having me.
Oh, it's very kind of you to care how I am. I'm fine.
Well, somebody has
Marcus,
to ask those.
Well, somebody has to. Marcus clearly isn't interested. He's too busy showing us his dog. The golden retriever Monty has made an appearance. I'm not sure if he's actually going to comment on any of the contributions tonight, other than to say that they are rough. Feel free to bury your head in your hands in disgust.
We'll move on.
Right, the format for tonight is very simple: 5 to 10 minutes, and let rip. Tell us what your rant is, and just have at it with both barrels. We will start with somebody who is usually known for their discussions about, how Wellington was great, by and large, Napoleon was awful, and Wellington really wasn't a defensive general. Marcus, are you going to break one of these molds tonight?
I've been ordered not to, and to
break
orders
means
a flogging, and that's your favourite thing. No, so I've been obviously kindly asked to talk about Wellington not being a defensive general. The myth mostly lives on because of Waterloo and how people love to talk about Waterloo. I feel that that's probably high in people's mind, because how else would you finally defeat the great, inverted commas, Napoleon if you didn't just sit back and have an easy battle? Haha. Obviously, that's not the case, and that's often the case people just kind of put forwards for making the 18th of June look very simplified. But there was a lot more that went on the 17th, with actually fighting and drawing up the strategy. The dual battles on the 16th of June, but also the campaign started on the night of the 14th and 15th. And that's Waterloo looking like it is just sitting on a hill. Whereas in fact, really, Wellington had devised a grand strategy that was more of a baited trap that drew Napoleon into Mont Saint-Jean, up the hill, and then closed the doors with the Prussians coming in as per agreement. And I stress Prussians because actually when the agreement was made, Blucher was actually injured, but credit to the Prussians always. But it was a baited trap. Wellington actually expected more impressive things and left 17,000 men off on the flank at Halle for expecting Napoleon to be coming a bit sneaky around the side and doing some grand maneuver, which is what Napoleon's strategy normally was. But if we look back at Wellington's career, because Waterloo is not the be-all end-all, despite what the movies, the propaganda, the merchandise, all the films, and I think probably the majority of history books seem to be, if they're not on Stalingrad, D-Day, Somme, then they pretty much seem to, or Gettysburg, they seem to be on Waterloo, aren't they? And no bad thing, Waterloo is fantastic, but there is other history to the background to this, and that is the end chapter. Wellington actually spent a large chunk of his career, almost a decade, out in India, which is far less talked about. And obviously we have to slightly address the element of colonialism. And Wellington went out there to expand the British Empire. And there's no other way of looking at that. His elder brother was a governor general out there. But during that kind of whole saga, let's say about 9 years, he did some fantastic battles, including sieges that he led. And by definition, sieges are on the offensive because you take it to their fort. But at a large river was really one of Wellington's greatest victories. And yes, I'm going to tackle some of these chronologically, some longer than others. But at Wellington had very few regular troops, actually only about 3 British line regiments plus East India plus sepoys. And those 3 are very important. They made up the core of his army. And he was outnumbered somewhere in the region of 7 to 20 to 1. It depends where you count. There were so many Indian irregular troops that it is impossible to ever calculate that. But they were in the tens of thousands against Wellington's really kind of like a few brigades. And they would have got involved if Wellington started to lose. This irregular cavalry were very much known to kind of charge in with lancers and really run people down. And Wellington looked at the Indian cannon and marched against it, through a ford, round to the side, and then against the cannon, marching in over the Indian positions, actually so quickly that some of them actually managed to play dead and then rise back up behind them and carry on the fighting. So that's purely on the offensive. If we skip to the Peninsular War, we fast forward a little bit. His first battle of the Peninsular War at Releasa was the French held a hill. He went at it. The French actually withdrew up steep gullies to even steeper position, and they attacked up there as well. Up these steep gullies, one of the regiments under Colonel Lake actually got separated because they were going up so quickly and were cut down. So they went up 2 hills effectively, and that was very much on the offensive. After Vimero, a slightly more classical kind of battle in this scheme of things on a hill, Wellington comes back in the spring of 1809. Zach looks up, and because he's going on the offensive strategically as well as tactically, he's got the choice of attacking Ney, or he can go after Marshal Soult. And he goes up against Marshal Soult, marching up to Porto, attacks the ridge at Grigio first off, mostly using King's German Legion and the battalion of detachments. He goes up that ridge, but there's a big cavalry skirmish. He goes up, we're attacking. Then he attacks Porto. This is not a defensive battle in any way, shape, or form. He's got to capture a town, and they do this with the famous river crossing led by the bus into the seminary and sneaking into the French back door, which the town they've ravaged. I can talk about Porto for as long as you want, but that's a really long assault and a really important capture. And then we've got some of Wellington's, master strikes. We've got places like Salamanca, where he sees an opportunity of 2 armies marching parallel, seizes it, charges in, Ned Pakenham's 3rd Division, Jean Le Marchand's cavalry going in, taking 2, possibly 3, taking 2 eagles and getting amongst the French. Vittoria going into the French massive columns against their columns and attacking them and pushing them out of North Spain. The Pyrenees, every single one of those battles is effectively attack against French forts or counterattacks. The French are very much on the back foot trying to push the British away from France. So they are on the attack. And that doesn't count for the grand strategy that most of the time that Wellington is fighting, he's having to march from as far back as Lisbon, the lines of Torres Vedras, into eastern Portugal, into northern Spain, and actually attack on the strategic level as well. So we focus on the defensive battles, mostly Waterloo. There are some classic, Vimero, Bucasso, where he's on ridges and holding them. But that's not to downplay them. Somehow it seems to be that if you're holding a ridge that is less generalship, is it a bad idea to lose less of your men? You don't get bonus points for losing more troops and winning an Pyrrhic victory. Wellington was nearly always outnumbered, and he needed to maintain his men. He actually was able to do that by using the reverse ridge. He had incredibly well-trained troops, not just the British, but the Portuguese and German allies, and working with the Spanish. And he was able to make good use of his topographical knowledge. He could really look at the land and use it to his advantage, but he went on the attack when he needed to. And he did that incredibly well. He was opportunistic. and he wasn't just about a defensive battle. And it's slightly annoying that we just talk about Waterloo, and that myth translates to all of Wellington's career, which is false.
Boom.
I think Monty agrees. Somewhere down my feet.
Well, he hasn't barked and he hasn't gone rough, so we'll take the silence as a vote of approval. Nicely played. This one, I'll be honest, this one doesn't anger me so much. Before we talk about the wider kind of stuff here, just want to do a quick shout out, because I know it was good of you to agree to do this. I know you've recently recorded with History Rage podcast on exactly this topic and gone on at some length.
I hope Paul and Carl don't mind that. Basically, I was just getting worked up towards the end there. That was one that I did about an hour and a bit. I had a beer. My beer actually spilt everywhere as I opened it, and I got really worked up. So if anyone liked that, hopefully they'd like History Rage as well. They're good friends of ours.
Absolutely. Folks, go and have a little look at History Rage. I did an episode recently for them, ironically, on why Waterloo really isn't all it's cracked up to be, which was quite a rage in and of itself, very much in that vein of, can we talk about other stuff? I was just scribbling down the kind of headline actions that come to mind when you're talking about Wellington. And in terms of offensive, I've got, and this is in order, Ahmednagar, Asai, Arguam, Gawalgur. Okay, Ahmednagar and Gawalgur are both sieges, so inherently they are offensive, but nonetheless attacking general, not defensive. Relitha, Oporto, Ciudad Rodrigo, Badajoz. Yes, those last two are sieges. Same story applies. Salamanca, Vitoria, San Sebastian. Technically, he's not in overall command at San Sebastian, and it's a siege, but nonetheless gives the overarching order the place needs to be taken. Toulouse versus the big defensive ones that occur to me. Vimero, Talavera, Bassaco, Fuente Donuro, the Pyrenees, in some instances is offensive and in some instances is defensive. It depends which phase you're talking about, particularly given the attacks which push the Allied army back for a time, lead to the siege of San Sebastian having to be lifted and so on. And then, of course, as you said, Waterloo. So you've got, if you include the Pyrenees, you've got 6 defensive actions versus 12 offensives.
And there's lots more actions in there that you haven't mentioned. There's smaller, larger, all different. It's a complicated campaign. That's what makes the Peninsula War so fascinating. There's a lot in there, and like I say, the grand strategy. You mentioned places like Talavera. That's marching into French-held Spain and then holding the land. I think we massively underplay this one, and it's more the fact that I think it takes the shine of Wellington's reputation. I think there's a slight kind of, am I brave enough to say, like Anglophobic kind of angle where people were quite annoyed that Wellington like beaten Napoleon, and they're trying to downplay him, downplay the British, going in somewhere. So I think it's important we talk about the generalship, and then therefore, if I'm allowed to kind of link in, if we talk about how good he was as a general, we talk about how good the victories are, we're better to remember the men who fought and died as well.
Nice little plug for the charity. #ad, #shameless plug. I'm also really pleased that you went with the whole, why is this bad? This idea that sometimes you look at a strategic situation and go, you know what, charging in all guns blazing is the dumb move here. I'm going to lose lots of men. That's going to lead to a lot of loss of life. That is not a good thing. Just because it's more exciting for a general to sort of fly by the seat of their pants and barely manage to claw their way to victory at the cost of their men's lives doesn't make the individual necessarily particularly skilled. It means that they don't care about the human cost. That's not something that I would say you can say of Wellington. See him weeping in the breaches of Badajoz. See his letter that he writes home to the dad of Alexander Gordon, Lord Aberdeen. He's a shaken man. He doesn't like to just throw his men's lives away. There's a famous incident outside the lines of Torres Vedras where he says, I could lick this army, meaning the French, but it would cost me 10,000 men. This is the last army Britain has. We need to preserve it. Ed wants to come in at that point.
Well, that's all well and good, but how much of that is an operational need versus a human consideration? because the people he cries about are from that elite slice. His common, he'll spend the men's lives at sieges like nothing if there's an expedient need. So I'm just throwing a cautionary in before we wrap our arms around Wellington as being this a very kind and considerate man who cared about the men under his command. I'm just going to cause a little kerfluffle there. Sorry.
Contrast that to the other big cheese of the day, who is Napoleon. And what does Napoleon famously say? You know, one night in Paris will replace all of these men. And he's looking at a field of battlefield dead in that kind of instance. So it's I take what you say, Ed. You are right that some of it is, of course, strategic necessity. If he loses the men, he can't replace them. But at the same time, where we want to stick Napoleon up on a pedestal.
Oh no, I'm not. Napoleon's got so many psychological limitations, as I'll get to, that comparing the two makes Wellington look like a saint, but it doesn't mean he was one.
No, he wasn't. No, but you kind of get a good point there, where like I think at Waterloo, he'd seen the men die and he'd seen friends of his die, and sons of his friends, and that personal level was probably there. Whereas in the breaches of Baderhof, I think it was the number of the men, and I think he's probably got both. I think he's got the operational level of I don't want to have lots of men die, and the personal level of controlling the men's lives. I we've mentioned it before. Wellington was a huge snob. There's no way of getting around that, and he wanted to be more part of the aristocracy than actually he was at that stage. Definitely. But I do think the loss of his men's lives affected him emotionally as well as operationally. Zach made a really interesting point about throwing away the lives, and that's what I wanted to mention. And it reminds me of, and I don't know if this is true because it's not my area, but the early scenes in Zulu, the defense of Rorke's Drift. Chard wants to go up into the hills and attack the Zulus with a flying squad, and off he goes, win glory. And Bromhead said, no, we defend Rorke's Drift. That's a defensible position. And I think Wellington could have done the same at other battles. He could have gone in. There was no reason that certain battles, I'm coming off the top of my head, I don't want to get any wrong, but like Talavera, he actually could have gone forward, but he held a defensive line between the river and the ridges, and that worked well there. Whereas at Vittoria, the best decision was to go on the offensive. And this sometimes, strategically, it was, necessity. Grigio, Porto, he needed to go on and push the French out to liberate Portugal. Which is, has the grand scheme of really important, because what the French were doing in Portugal was abhorrent. And that's also always skipped over. Some sort of, if I did another rant, I think it probably would have been that, Napoleon was bringing enlightenment to Europe. At the point of a bayonet and pillaging, isn't very enlightened. But hey.
We may well get to that in due course. We could sit here and debate the relevant merits or otherwise of what attacking at Talavera might have looked like, not least considering the performance of some of the Spaniards on the right flank when they effectively get scared by the sound of their own gunfire, it seems. The only other thing I want to add on this one before we do open it up is the other irritation that people throw out there for me. And I find this more irritating because it's nonsensical. And yet some people insist on clinging to it. Wellington, the master of retreat, as if withdrawing was somehow a bad thing. One of Wellington's own maxims was, as a commander, you need to not only know when to retreat, but actually have the courage to do so. So the times when he pulls back is when he knows that trying to fight your way out of a situation is only going to end badly. I don't know if you particularly want to comment on that, but it's just one that sort of seems so lacking in any appreciation of what it actually takes to command and succeed, that it's just bizarre.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point. I mean, to hold troops together, a force together, and actually it is a force because the armies that are marching are more than just the fighting men. You've got the support, the camp followers, and that is men and women, civilians and wives, and a huge number of support elements holding that together when the urge is then, if we're going on the retreat, everyone for themselves turn tail and run, and actually holding that into an effective fighting force battles, even small or large. We need to look at, I think, probably Napoleon's campaigns to see who did it well. Let's give credit to Ney of holding the French rearguard in Russia, without which, I think the Russian troops probably would have steamrolled through. Wellington does it really well. Bucasso, for example, he pulls back. He holds just a most amazing position. I couldn't believe it until I went there. You stand on the ridge at Bucasso and you can, look down on the valley floor with a slingshot and fire down upon this flat valley. It's high. My car struggled to drive up it. Okay, it was a higher car Fiat, but it really struggled to drive up this hill. I would not want to be a young French conscript, more than half starved, probably some loot in my backpack, wearing a woolen outfit, marching up there. But Wellington pulls back, holds that ridge, and then marches back, knowing he's got Torres Vedras to his rear. Well, then that's another great strategy. He's held a ridge, won a battle, demoralized the French, won the numbers, and then starves the French out of Torres Vedras. That makes more sense. You're saving more lives and winning the campaign. As we said, earlier, you don't win by having your own men die. I think that was passive, basically, to summarize that.
There are things that I could say in response, but I'm not going to hog the mic all evening. You'll be relieved to hear, listeners. Beatrice, you want to chip in at this point, so let me start by opening up to the floor with you.
Yes, just a reaction to what Marcus said as a question, because I'm not a specialist on military operation. I was just wondering when I was listening to you, if you describe Wellington as the master of strategic or tactic retreat and you present it as an asset, well, how is he then not an equal to Marshal Soult? I mean, Soult did the same. You could say he protracted the French operations with a retreat via Portugal, Spain, then to the south of France, the Battle of Orthez. And you could also say that the Battle of Toulouse was a masterstroke of Soult. I mean, I know that in the end, 1814, of course, the Allied forces won, but Soult escaped with a lot of troops and prepared in that for the return later on of still lots of columns and battalions of the Grande Armée. So what do you... I mean, again, this is not a statement, more question, but if you say all these things about Wellington, you could say the same about Soult, couldn't you?
Yeah, so a really interesting one. I think I need to run the numbers, but my gut feeling is Wellington faced Soult nearly more than any of the Marshal with the turnover of defeat. Soult seems to be the common factor from the early campaigns all the way through to 1814. So they're the most kind of comparable there. Soult does do really well. And he does do some counterattacks. And I almost feel sorry for him in 1813, 1814, because he's running there actually with some very half-trained troops, the conscripts, and some people who are quite bedraggled from the Grand Army. However, if I can counter it with one example, Beatrice, you play into my hands, because I'm going to shout the word Porto out, where Soult is sitting on his loot, and his concentration is to get the loot and the pay chest out of the city. And what we have is actually the British troops, the Buffs, 3rd Regiment Foot, are spotted crossing the river, and Soult dismisses it and basically goes back to bed. So I think that energy that Wellington brings is very different to Soult. And actually afterwards, there's a really nice after note that they find over 3,000 French wounded in the hospitals, and Wellington writes a dispatch to Soult saying, you can't let me leave these troops here. I don't have enough British medical care, and if I turn them over to the Portuguese medical care, you can assume what's going to happen because they've just raped the town, and the Portuguese doctors are probably not going to have their best interests at heart. And Soult, effectively leaves these men. I've never quite found out what's happened to them afterwards. They don't get more letters. I'd love to know. But Soult's energy is very different to Wellington's, where he's riding around the battlefield, arguably micromanaging. But the two men do have some really interesting comparisons. So yeah, thanks.
Let me continue to not hog the mic despite the temptation and pass it over to Peter.
No, I mean, for me, it's kind of, it probably is a statement more than a question, which is that I think you've really, really effectively laid out that it kind of does come back to 1815, and it kind of does come back to Waterloo, doesn't it? I mean, I'm not surprised to hear you say that. I think I've heard versions of that before from you, but yeah, that is the reason in a nutshell. I mean, it's A, because of the fact that is it's the battle, it's the Wellingtonian victory, and it's a defensive one. So I think that has to become the lens, really, the prism through which his career gets viewed. And B, I don't disagree with you that I think there probably is some element of maybe wanting from some quarters to downplay that or to put that in a certain frame of reference, and having Wellington as a sort of an earlier successful offensive general doesn't really fit that bill. So yeah, I think it sets it out really well.
Thank you. Yeah.
There is also the point that Waterloo is the one where the two of them face off, Wellington and Napoleon. And, you know, if you're in Camp Napoleon, then the fact that it doesn't turn out so well for your big hero means that you've got to go searching for a reason. And as folks will hear from part 2, part of the reason that you can use is what Napoleon used in terms of scapegoating people and blaming other people for his own strategic failings over the course of that campaign. Another is that you can turn around and go, well, the other guy cheated. Quite how you cheat in warfare remains to be seen, but you know, that's sort of the vein in which they're going. You know, this wasn't a fair fight. This guy sat on the defensive. Well, no, that, as Marcus said, was the grand strategy. You know, Wellington and his army, his allied army, as I heavily emphasize and will be emphasized more in part 2, is the bait, and the Prussians are the snare. And Napoleon takes the bait, and it all goes horribly wrong for him.
When you start to look at Waterloo like that, and I think I saw some nods in the room, so hopefully I'm not too far from it. It changes Waterloo massively, and it's not. And yeah, as I don't want to step on part 2's toes, but you know, it's not some chance encounter between an Anglo-Allied army and the Prussians just marching in from the east. And that's kind of, I think, where they're trying to get to. That Wellington was kind of held on a ridge and was like looking at his watch, going, "Give me Knights or give me Blucher. Oh, I really hope they turn up. Oh, I wonder if they'll find me in all of the Kingdom of the Netherlands." No, there was a bigger strategy to that, and Wellington would not have fought if he hadn't known that they were approaching. He would have moved his force. So, you know, that it wasn't just a defensive battle through chance, through luck. It was through strategy, and you know, again, it paid off. So yeah, the people, I think, trying to excuse Napoleon's failures.
I think we've bludgeoned that myth to death. I think it's safe to say that we can probably move on at this stage. Oh, sorry, Ed, did you want to chip in? I didn't give you the chance to.
No, I was listening. I think Marcus makes a lot of good points that break through, again, the collective memory of Wellington being a particular kind of commander. I think exigencies on the ground show him to be much more sophisticated, and he weighed strategic and operational needs with tactical needs to an extent that I think trying, again, when we label someone, we then step over our opportunity to do any kind of real valued analysis of particular events and learn anything. So I'm actually, Marcus and I had that epic debate on Wellington, but here I'm much in alignment with my friend.
Thanks so much, Ed.
Go back to the back catalogue of the Napoleonic if you want to hear that one. That was only a 90-minute odyssey. Hashtag ad, hashtag shameless plug.
If you want to see someone holding off a very brutal assault, watch me to fight the great Ed Coss coming up the hill.
No. Yeah, I did
fought
kind
hard
on the attack, didn't I? Sorry, but it was fun.
I'm not sure Marcus won that one. Little spoiler alert. It was you had your work cut out, that's for sure. Right, let's move this on. Beatrice, I'm going to come to you next. We're going to move away from the Anglo-centric focus for a good chunk of what follows now. So take it away.
Yes, very happy to bring in a little bit of the continent, in particular Germany and a small bit of the Netherlands. And you may know this very famous sentence that Nipperdij starts his volume on German history with. It's called, "In the beginning was Napoleon." Am Anfang war Napoleon. I really love this sentence. And I know that many sound, substantial historical textbooks in Germany and also in English. They've already debunked this myth, but you'll come across this myth if you wander across Munich, for example, or if you wander across Stuttgart, or if you read Dutch textbooks on the Revolutionary Napoleonic Wars. And what they will tell you, these monuments in Stuttgart and in Munich and the textbooks, is that Germany became a nation state while fighting Napoleon. And the king called and everyone followed. Der König rief und alle kamen. And that's the very nationalist, monarchist interpretation of the so-called Wars of Liberation. So if we mention Revolutionary Napoleonic Wars, for the Germans, it's the Wars of Liberation, the Befreiungskriege, from 1813 to 1815, because before they were all mired up in all kinds of federations with Napoleon still. So 19th century Prussian, German school books, but also later school books, they still offer this myth that the Germans in their fights, be they volunteers, be they farmers, be they noblemen, they all rallied together, they united with the nationalist and the nationalist ferment rose in these years and came together and became true Germans. And you also have to imagine, I mean, before Napoleon came, the German principalities, I don't know how do you know how many principalities there were in Germany? It was not one Germany. It was 288. So there were 288 different dukes and princes and kings and what have you. And then after 1815, it was still quite a lot, 38 or something like that, but it was gradually emerging as one Germany. And this founded the myth that the Germans besieged Napoleon was not so much the Brits. They had the waters, but the Prussians, with the Russians, of course, and a bit the Austrians, they made it possible that Napoleon was vanquished. And you also have to, of course, call to mind that if you take the number of men, soldiers involved in the Wars of Liberations, starting from, well, what is it? 1813, 1814, it's only in August 1813, it was 860,000 men on the one side, the Allied sides, and 700,000 men on the other side, the French side. And then I am counting in on the Allied side, the German corpses, the armies, the Austrian armies, the Dutch armies, the Russian armies, and also Wellington's troops, but still they all fought their battles on German soil. So you can imagine that the Battle of Lützen, the Battle of Bautzen, the occupations of Hamburg, the campaigns, and then of course with this climax in Leipzig, Dresden, and in Leipzig, it was horrendous. It was, you just talked about bringing men to the slaughter. Well, these were slaughters. Thousands of bodies were piled up and dressed in the marketplace, and it's sort of deeply went down into German memory, German national memory, cultural memory, and then also German nationalism. And the point is why this is a myth is that, of course, Germany as a nation state did not arise as in the battle against Napoleon, because up until the last point, the so-called Third Germany, the big countries of the south, for example, Baden-Württemberg with Stuttgart, Bavaria with Munich, they all still sided with Napoleon. So very soon, very swiftly after 1815, they forgot, they repressed, they oppressed all the memories that they were fighting with Napoleon. The whole Rhenish Federation was of Napoleon's making, and nothing was returned. I mean, the privileges of the clergy were not returned, the stolen property was not returned, so everything was almost kept as it was with the Rhenish Federation, and they just reinvented their histories and said, well, we are now on the good side. We were liberating ourselves from Napoleon, whereas they were still fighting with him. And a little bit same holds true for the Netherlands, because they were incorporated in France. They were part of France from 1810 till 1813. And when the Dutch-German prince, because the stadtholder, the son of the stadtholder, the later King William I, he was a German prince. He had German blood. He came from the Nassovian lines. And Well, he begged Napoleon only a couple of years before to give him and his house and his dynasty some part, some principality in Germany after he lost with the Prussians, the Battle of Jena and Auerstedt in 1806. So he as well was also an ally of Napoleon. So these countries, the German countries, the Dutch countries after 1815, they all reinvented themselves based on this myth. We combated, we vanquished Napoleon. And of course, I know we cannot talk Waterloo again, but they did fight on the fields of Waterloo, but only very late on in the war, and they really had to be dragged into the Allied sides. And this is, I mean, of course, Chris Clark writes about this, Hageman, Alestedt, Michael Rowe. There's a beautiful book by Ute Planert, Der Mythos Befreiungskriege. She also writes about it. So we as historians, we're completely aware of this, but still somehow in public memory and the monuments on places, all the liberation roads that are being mentioned after these battles against Napoleon, this all still instills in children and populations the idea we won. And even the brothers Grimm, you know, the Grimm fairy tales, Hansel and Gretel, Dornröschen, they were also kind of invented as a core of Germanness, and they were all written down in 1812, 1813 during the liberation wars, and they were later also presented, here you are, this is the heart of the German nation, the midst, the continental lands against those awful, those baroque, those over-cultured, over-civilized French fairy tales. No, we have our true German fairy tales, which is not true at all, because they nicked French fairy tales, the Grimms, and they just reinvented German. And this is the main thing, they worked for Jerome. Napoleon paid for the salary of the Grimm brothers. So they didn't, so it's completely not true. So everything that we hear about romanticism, nationalism, the Germans, they were paid for by Jerome, and they just nicked some French fairy tales and gave them German names. And then later on said, well, this is the imprimatur, this is the imprint of Germanness against, I know Pertinax, our Twitter friend, he will perhaps get cross with me, but this is truly a myth that still needs debunking in public memory. This is my rant.
What I loved there, you're getting applause around the room, and quite rightly so. What I love there is that you worked yourself up into a frenzy. None of us needed to say or do anything. You just kept ratcheting it up as you went through the gears with this one.
It was majestic.
It was that, all right. This is an odd one, because with the best will in the world, if the German nation comes together against the threat of Napoleon, why is there therefore a need for wars of German unification to unify a nation under ostensibly Prussian control when these people are supposedly so happy to be unified anyway? You know, the sheer timeline of history creates a problem there with this concept. I wonder if part of the reason for this, though, might be to do with Saxony and the defection of Saxony that has such a key role to play in what happens at Leipzig. But again, there's a slight problem with that, in that for the Saxons to defect to the Allied side, they have to be supporting Napoleon in the first place. So again, the idea falls apart. And then if we just stay with the Saxon contingent, and I know we're not talking Waterloo, but Marcus, you may be able to correct me if I'm wrong on this, but was it not the Saxon contingent that had to be sent back to Germany because there were such concerns about whether or not they could be trusted and mutiny and all the rest of it? So Blucher didn't have the Saxons.
I also know this. I know Marcus knows everything, but this is one tiny bit of military evidence. I know this. No, there was rumor that they couldn't be considered loyal, and they were sent back. And there was also talk of the Third Germany. The Third Germany, these are the bigger German states between Prussia and Austria, and they were also wavering until very late on because they wanted to emancipate themselves from either the Austrians Austrians and the Prussians. That's why they aligned with France as early as 1805. And they got lots of rewards for it. The Baden, Württemberg, Bavaria, they were compensated to a really great extent. And the secularization, the mediation, the expropriation, all those grounds, all those states and cities, they went to these countries. So it was not at all in their interest to sever the ties with France. Only very late on, they were forced to do so, and still a bit half-heartedly. So you're completely right. Sorry to interrupt.
What I love there is that somebody has just put Marcus just in a box and gone, no, Marcus is going to be quiet because I'm talking now. Poor Marcus.
Sorry.
I also have a massive disagreement with the fact that I know everything, Beatrice. I disagree strongly on that principle.
Everything militarily, considering the Battle of Waterloo and surroundings.
Said she's never seen me crash a tank.
I thought you didn't want to acknowledge that.
They didn't have tanks in Waterloo, did they?
No, but seeing the model that Peter and I saw.
That was a joke, Zach. That was a joke. I do know that. Yeah.
And there we go. I thought the anarchy would arrive at some point, and lo and behold, it truly has. Peter, I hesitate to put this responsibility on your shoulders, but save us from the anarchy.
That sounds very ominous. That's a tall order. So I mean that is fascinating. Thank you, Beatrice. As much as anything else, that it is really nice to have something that's not Anglo-centric, to have a completely different aspect of this period kind of teased out. I mean, does it just come down to that need that really every country, every nation has to sort of have an origin story, however fact-based or otherwise it is? Is it just as simple as that you know, every country has its touchstone somewhere in the dim and distant past, and quite often it is at a time of war or revolution or whatever else? Do you think that is what it boils down to? It's just this need to have a prologue, kind of.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you boil it down very strongly, then it comes down to that. You're right in that. But I think the details are the devil is in the details. And the thing with those German states is that they needed to very swiftly, very quickly rebrand themselves as siding on the side of the victors, because they did not want to give up their considerable territorial gains. I told you before, there were so many principalities, and they were all usurped in these new states that came out of 1815. And all this clerical, the ecclesiastical states, the imperial states, they were all gone. And what they did not want, and this is another myth, I mean, I know we were only set to debunk one myth, but the other myth is that 1815 saw a restoration, which was not true. It was quite a revolutionary turnaround of the map of continental Europe. And one of those revolutions was that all those smaller principalities were forged together in bigger states, and that a beginning of a nation state emerged. And what those bigger states did not want to do, give up their territorial gains, because they sort of didn't really deserve them, because they were so late in deserting their allegiance to Napoleon. And this is also something that the Dutch king, who sided with Napoleon, he really ordained to the Dutch people a kind of a policy of forgetting. We are not discussing the war anymore. Don't mention the war. Could have been said in 1815 in the Netherlands. Don't mention the war. We're now a kingdom. We have Belgium. We are proud. We're not mentioning Napoleon again. So it's more than just every nation has this founding myth. It's true, but the way it's resting on outright lies and oppressed traumas is, I think, far more interesting.
So there's a kind of a material incentive here in cases as well to try and shape that history the right way. Okay.
Can we just marvel at the way that you effortlessly transitioned into rant number 2 there?
I kind of want to see rant number 2. I mean, I'll cheerfully surrender my slot here.
Maybe we'll save that for later on in the evening. We'll see what the timestamp looks at the end of round 1, which seemingly is where we're going with this. It's going to be a round 2. Marcus?
I mean, yeah, but first statement of that's fantastic. It's really nice to have something non-military. So I don't have any challenges to it at all. So I was just wondering, if they didn't focus in on this myth, what would the German, in your opinion, what would the German people, the Prussian people, I guess, use as their calling rallying flag? What do you think they would have had to have done?
I think at that point, March 1813, Breslau and then Frankfurt, they didn't have much else to do than side with the big countries, Russia, Prussia, Britain, and Austria, of course. So there was not much else to do than be opportunistic and side with the big ones. What they tried to do, however, during the Congress of Vienna, well, this is in between the first defeat of Napoleon in 1814 and his return in March 1815. And that's where those third German countries, plus the Netherlands, try to come up with a different kind of myth and emerges. They try to revive the Holy Roman Empire. It's really true. They tried to ask the Austrian emperor to come back because that was disbanded in 1806, as you know, by Napoleon, and then the Rhenish Federation was constituted. But they tried to go back to Austria and ask the emperor, please, would you come back and accept the crown again and really do a restoration? So they really asked for a restoration, not lose them to their territorial gains, but they were afraid of Prussia. So you're completely right, Marcus, with that question, that it was not really their sympathy at first to side with Prussia because they're afraid for this bigger German state. And in the end, they were right because Prussia, how do you say that? Prussia completely gulped them up, every one of them, in the 1860s, 1870s. It became a big Prussian state, as you know. So they were right to be afraid. That's why they thought, as a kind of a counterbalance, we do business with Vienna. But the emperor in Vienna, he thanked politely and said, no, that was the past, and we're now moving on.
Go on, Ed.
I would just like to praise Beatrice for many things, but as an educator, as I stand back and I listen to her, this myth busting as she just did, well, first off, I had to get past the wonderful knowledge that Jerome was paying the Grimm brothers. I thought that was awesome. That was just, I didn't know that, but it's so telling. But my point is that you get these, oh, look at that. Oh, that's great.
So because this is a radio show, let me just say, Beatrice has held up, what's it called, Die Grimms? That was an attempt at a German accent.
Sorry to interrupt you, Ed, with your really nice words. This is a very beautiful book that should be mentioned. It's just out in German. It's called Die Grimms, and it situates the Grimms in exactly the period of the liberation years. And it's a mind-blowing book. I really love it. It's by Michael Lemster.
Which I will be getting now. But my comment is that what is put forth and what becomes, to me, almost an uninteresting narrative. And then you get Beatrice's background and the details of how that is myth and the nuance. And I think that would be hugely telling in a classroom. This is the kind of thing that lights students up, that causes them to want to investigate, to become learned about a particular thing, as opposed to be given a standard narrative that they're just fed and it doesn't ring true. Or what Beatrice did with great ardor is really enticed me that this is something really worth investigating, because it did have that ring of truth. So you did really well on that, Beatrice, and I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Ed. That means a lot coming from you. By the way, the Grimms, they were the personal librarians of Jerome. So they were not just paid by him. They were running his library, nicking all his French pornographic stories.
I'm sorry, what?
We just got a French pornographic story.
Wait a minute, let's get to that one. I'm giving you my time to hear that one.
Of phrases that I did not expect to be uttered over the course of the 4 hours that we are recording this. French pornographic tales.
Nobody's got that on their bingo card.
One day has taken a turn.
I'm sorry, Beatrice, we're not letting you leave that one. Like, you've got to expand on that.
Well, I mean, you know me, Zach. This is not a word that I take in my mouth lightly. It's because the French do that. It's the French who do that, and they write those stories, and they make me, poor historian, have to talk about this. And the Grimms were running this library by Jerome, and they found all these, in their view, scalabrous literature and poems and things that Jerome had in his library. And I just can imagine that they went through that with red ears. And then they put some of it in their first edition of the stories, Kindermärchen, children's fairy tales, and they were blamed for them. It was considered too rude, so they had then to civilize it and make it more German, make it more prudish, prude, because the French were considered to be too vulgar.
Oh, I'm getting that book.
Wow.
Sorry, I sorry, Zach, I'm blowing up the format of your podcast because this is about fairy tales and Grimm and something completely different, but I couldn't help myself bringing it up.
I suspect we need an episode on fairy tales of the Napoleonic era.
Oh,
Wow.
wow.
We have to move on because I have no words. It's rare for me to be rendered speechless on this podcast. As people know, I will use up all of the oxygen in the room talking. Right now, I have nothing.
It's true.
It's true. You have broken the host, Beatrice. Congratulations. Peter, I apologize giving you such vast shoes to fill with this, but you are up next. You're doing a good one, though. Let's not sell your contribution short on this. This is a really nice contribution to the discussion.
It's not as exciting, but I will do my level best moving on from that.
Are you going to tell me that there are no sort of slightly ribald, pieces of literature that you're going to refer to? No,
I mean,
pornographic fairy tales or something of this
There is
ilk?
drinking, there is carousing, but no, I mean, that's as far as it had gotten. If I had known earlier on, I would have tweaked my notes a little bit, but yeah, that is quite the intro. I'll see what I can pack in towards the end. I have picked an Irish subject, which isn't going to surprise you at all, but there are kind of two caveats here in terms of myth busting, one of which is that I have gone for myths plural, and the other sort of warning point is that in terms of the actual myth busting, I've kind of found that in one or two of these cases, I don't think they are myths, having kicked them around a little bit. So what I'm going to talk about very, very briefly is the myth or myths of who the Irish soldier is during the Napoleonic period. And in terms of prepping for this, I thought the best thing to do over the last couple of days was to kind of do a very brief little straw poll with a couple of different people with an interest in the period and put exactly that question to them. So to ask them, who is the Irish Napoleonic soldier? What does that mean to you? What words does that bring to mind? And I got some really interesting responses, and also some pretty consistent themes. So I've kind of boiled those down, those answers down into four things. So on the basis of those conversations, the Irish soldier of the Napoleonic period is somebody who is A, hard fighting, B, hard drinking and ill-disciplined, you can add to that, C, a private soldier, and D, British or serving Britain, as the case may be. So I wanted to quickly kick each one of those around this evening and then kind of open the floor to you guys to see what you think and to see where you agree with me and where you don't agree with me. The thing is, as I say, having considered them a little bit, some of them I fully agree. I think they are myths. Some of them are a little bit half and half. Some of them I outright don't agree with at all. So let's fly through them really, really quickly. So in terms of that first one, this kind of this hard fighting image, that kind of goes hand in hand with the second point, which we're going to get onto, which is about the drinking and the ill discipline. They're kind of two sides of the same coin. And to me, the kind of parallel here to that stereotype of the Irish soldier at this stage is kind of maybe that perception you sometimes come across about the Anzacs during the First World War a century later. So it's this idea that these are a group of soldiers who are an absolute nightmare 90% of the time. They're ill-disciplined, they're light-fingered, and so on and so on. But when it comes to a scrap, when it comes to a position that needs to be taken or a street that needs to be cleared or whatever it is, that's their moment. And that's the point where you're very glad they're on your side and not the enemy's. And certainly, you don't have to look very hard at this stage to find examples of Irish units or of individual Irish soldiers fitting this bill. So you only have to think, for instance, about the Irish 87th Foot at Barossa in 1811, Sergeant Masterson, Ensign Keogh hacking their way into the middle of a French unit and taking their eagle. It's real life sharp stuff. Or, to look at the other side of the line, to look at the Irish Legion, Napoleon's Irish Legion, defending Flushing against the British in 1809. Or even if you look at individual Irish soldiers, you've got, for instance, Corporal James Graham from County Monaghan in the Coldstream Guards and his exploits at Hougoumont in 1815. And, the list goes on. So I think there's a half mark there in terms of it being a myth, but we need to be careful, I think, that we don't go too far down that road of sort of making Irish soldiers of any stripe in any army out to be some sort of an elite by default during this period. So if you're a war gamer, do you get an extra dice roll or something if it's an Irish unit on the tabletop? No, definitely not. I mean, it's a very flattering idea, I think, as an Irish person, but I'm going to have to push back on that one a little bit. So I think, yeah, we've got lots of examples of Irish regiments and Irish soldiers performing all sorts of interesting feats on the battlefield, but we probably do for just about any other nationality during the Napoleonic Wars that you may care to mention. So just to give one kind of counter example to this, I'm going to point to the British landing at Fuengirola in southern Spain in 1810, because there's some interesting Irish resonance to this. It has an Irish commander, Major General Lord Blaney, Castle Blaney in County Monaghan, and at the core of his force is an Irish regiment, the 89th Foot. That doesn't do anything to stop that entire expedition, that entire episode being an absolute unmitigated disaster. So I think in terms of the Irish hard fighting stereotype, it's probably a half mark in terms of myth or not myth. There's something to it, but it wouldn't do to go too far down that road of reading into it. So let's move on to the hard drinking. And let's face it, I mean, that is a bit of an Irish stereotype, full stop. It's not unique to just the Napoleonic Wars. So true or false? This one's a 50-50 again for me. So yeah, you don't have to look particularly hard in primary accounts and memoirs and so on to find evidence of a fondness for drink and breaches of discipline and all the rest of it amongst Irish troops. To give one really obvious example that would be familiar to lots of people here and lots of people listening, we have a Wexford man, Thomas Plunkett, Rifleman Thomas Plunkett, one of the more well-known ordinary Irish soldiers in the British Army during this period. And he kind of perfectly embodies both of these points in terms of the hard fighting and the hard drinking. He's an outstanding field soldier. He fights his way from Buenos Aires to Waterloo. Famously, he kills the French General Colbert with a long-range rifle shot during the retreat to Corunna. And he performs all sorts of other valorous actions during his career. So pretty clearly, this is somebody you'd like to have on your right-hand side in a fight. He's a very good field soldier. He's also an absolute disaster off the field. He's a heavy drinker. He's a disciplined nightmare. At one point in Spain, he barricades himself in a room with a loaded rifle and threatens to kill an officer that he's having a disciplinary issue with. And there are lots of other accounts we could point to, either by Irish soldiers or by those serving with Irish soldiers along broadly similar lines. So is there something to the idea of the typical Irish soldier as being a sort of a hard drinking wild man? Yeah, quite possibly. But there is a but, and I think it's a really important but, which is to say, accepting that, is that unique to Irish soldiers during that period? And I'm going to say no. I think even if we just confine ourselves to the British Army of the Napoleonic Wars, and I don't want to, it's important that we'll get onto that in a moment to note that there is a much broader pattern of Irish military experience during this period. But if we do confine ourselves just to the British Army, we're talking about soldiers who are leading lives which are, for the most part, certainly on campaign, they're fairly nasty, fairly brutish, fairly short. These are people who took their pleasures where they could. And drink in particular was usually high enough on that list. There's no shortage of primary evidence for that, both on a sort of a day-to-day, week-to-week level, and also in terms of standout events of indiscipline and alcohol indulgence and so on. The sacking of Badajoz, for example, in 1812 might be an example of that. So I think on that particular one, again, it isn't a clear yes or a no in terms of a myth. We might accept, I think we would accept, that the evidence would seem to suggest that the average Irish soldier might have been fond of a drink or drinks, plural, where he could, and might very possibly have been a management challenge for his officers, for his NCOs. But I'm not sure I would accept that as being something that was only ever true of Irish soldiers. I'm not sure there's something distinctively Irish to that. So I think that one's a 50-50 again. Moving on to the next one, the idea of the Irish soldier being a private soldier. This was really interesting. Somebody suggested this to me during the week. This is the kind of perception, I think, possibly, that if somebody thinks of an Irish soldier during this period, they're thinking of a private soldier in the ranks. So that it's the kind of implication that maybe that while you may have Irish people involved in a lot of these campaigns, a lot of these events in very significant numbers, they're there primarily in kind of pretty anonymous rank and file sort of supporting roles. This is going to be a hard no for me. I think this is one I'm going to have to call a myth. Obviously, if you look at any army during this period, whether it's the British Army, whether it's any other force that contains Irish soldiers at any point, yeah, obviously a majority are going to be ordinary rank and file soldiers, because that's how armies work. They're pyramids that get broader towards the bottom. But I don't buy the idea that the Irish soldier is just a sort of an extra in the background here. So, I mean, you know, some of the most influential commanders of this period are Irish. We've gotten this far without mentioning the W word, but we will now. Wellington, obviously the preeminent British commander of this period. I can see Marcus cheering. He's born and raised in Ireland. He's Irish by any measure of the term. And we can get into the whole debate about Anglo-Irish versus Irish, but I always find it a little bit boring, to be honest. I mean, somebody born and raised on the island of Ireland is Irish to my eyes during this period, regardless of their social or economic or religious background. And this is the point where I have to press the pause button for a second and give you your May 2022 public service reminder that Wellington never, ever came out with the line about the stable and the horse. So stop it. Stop saying it. Stop it. Didn't. So this list can be as long as you like. I mean, you've got William Carr Beresford, the man who remolds the Portuguese army. You've got Major General Robert Ross from County Down, the man who burns the White House and the US Capitol in 1814. We can move further down the hierarchy. So William Ponsonby, commander of the Union Brigade at Waterloo, and so on and so on and so on. So for me, this is definitely a no. This is a myth, I think, that we have to bust. I think in reality, you have a very broad Irish military participation in this period, and it's at all rungs of the ladder. Let's look at that last point, which is potentially the controversial one. It's the idea that if you encounter an Irish soldier during this period, he is going to be wearing the uniform of King George III. So this is a bit of a tricky one, not least because of the potential baggage this has. It's really important to note that there is a much broader pattern of Irish military service during this period than just serving Britain. So, I mean, Ireland has had and continues to have right to the present a military diaspora for centuries, and the Napoleonic Wars are no exception to this. So if you look at France, for example, there's a very lengthy tradition of Irish service in the French army up to the Revolution that continues to a degree anyway under Napoleon with the Legion Irlandaise, the Irish Legion. There are Irish regiments in the Spanish army, the Regiment of Voltonia, for instance, which plays a very distinguished role in the defense of Girona against the French in 1809. And actually, on more than one occasion during the Napoleonic Wars that I'm directly aware of, we actually have Irish soldiers serving different sides, encountering each other directly on the battlefield and fighting directly. So it's that kind of old joke about the definition of a war being a pair of Irishmen on either side of the bayonet. So appreciating that context, I think, for Irish service during the Napoleonic Wars is really important. There are lots and lots of facets to this. However, there is a however. Notwithstanding all of the above, this is a myth about the Irish soldier that I'm inclined to say isn't actually that much of a myth, because I think, regardless of all I've just said, statistically speaking, the significance of Irish service in the British Army during this period, and the Royal Navy, I should say, I shouldn't be too land-centric, it's head and shoulders above Irish involvement in any other nation, despite, as I have mentioned, all of the obvious complexities that are involved in that in terms of wider Irish and British history. So I think, you know, if we zoom down in our time machine onto any Napoleonic battlefield that had Irish soldiers on it, the overwhelming odds are those are soldiers who are going to be serving the British Crown. That's it.
Mike dropped. Thank you very much for that, Peter. You had tough and a tough act to follow there, and you did it with aplomb, frankly, which isn't a word I use very often. I don't know what this evening has done to me.
You're losing the run of yourself now.
I absolutely am. Firstly, can we just marvel at the prep that's gone into that? You know, going and canvassing people, and this is the caliber of guest that you get on the Napoleonicist people. You really should appreciate the effort that goes into producing these episodes. These people don't just rock up and just spew some thoughts out of their head. They go and consult people. It's wonderful. Well, maybe Marcus does, but you know, that we'll just put that to one side. A third of the army and the discipline thing. So,
which you might be interested.
Yeah, I mean, it was bait, wasn't it? I wasn't going to not talk about discipline when you put that in there. The one thing that doesn't work if you're going to characterize every single Irishman who serves in the British Army during this period as being ill-disciplined is the fact that we know from the numbers that have been run that whichever regiments you're talking about, by and large, you're talking a third of even the English, inverted commas, regiments consist of Irish recruits. That therefore means a third of your army is Irish. If they are all hell-raising, drunken layabouts who are only good for, you know, blackening your eye, then you've got a catastrophic discipline issue within your force, which means that you wouldn't recruit Irish soldiers because they would make your army cease to function. So what we basically have there is, I would say, the long shadow of Picton, right? And his comments to the 88th, you know, you're not the Connaught Rangers, you're the Connaught footpads.
Footpads, yeah.
So we can lay the
blame. The Connaught Rangers in particular do seem to be a stand. I kind of almost deliberately didn't mention the 88th, but they do seem to be a magnet for a lot of this, more so than any other Irish regiment. That's my impression, at least, let alone, as you say, the fact that this sort of wider Irish presence that, you know, isn't necessarily just in Irish regiments or whatever. They really do seem to be a lightning rod for this, whether that's fair or otherwise.
I have to say, looking at the numbers, purely at the numbers, I'm very sorry to say it is true for the Connaught Rangers. Their crime stats, their trial stats are far worse. Now, there's an open-ended question there about, are they punished more because of their reputation? Is it that they've had a bad run of, you know, commanders who weren't stringent enough and therefore that necessitated harsher discipline? Or was it just that there was some kind of culture within that unit that created the problems? Now, that's an existential question that you could debate until the end of time, and we would never know without a time machine. I know others want to come in on this, and I will open up the discussion. There are two things that really occur to me here. One is sort of the martial race theory thing that the British love to do during this period. You see it in relation to Ireland, you see it in relation to Scotland, and you also see it in India, where they take these constructs that they've made of, you know, men from mountainous or slightly wild regions making particularly great soldiers, and they apply it out in India.
There are definite shadows of that here, I think, at play, you know. And I mean, it's not to disagree with, and I say this as objectively as I possibly can, given that I am Irish. I'm not exactly a disinterested observer, but I mean, as I say, there are lots of really good examples of Irish soldiers and Irish units doing all sorts of really incredible things or whatever. But it's maybe more so just to draw attention, or what I was trying to draw attention was the idea that this is somehow a default, or this is somehow a label that you can just slap on any Irish soldier in uniform during this period, which I don't think works.
No, completely. I mean, it's another one of those that sort of plays into nationalistic myth making, doesn't it? And, you know, this idea that you could almost take it to the extent of, you know, the Wellington couldn't have won a battle without his Irish lads, inverted commas, coming in and saving the day, all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Which, you know, ends up being as problematic as any other nationalistic myth. The other thing that I just wanted to throw in there in relation to what you were saying about private versus officer and the perception, I wonder if religion has a role to play within that, particularly considering that nominally, at least, until, I should know the date. It's some point in 1790. I want to say 97, but I may have got the date wrong.
And I don't know off the top of my head, but that sounds ish. Yeah. If it's not it, I'm sure it's close to it. Yeah.
You as a Catholic, you couldn't serve in the British Army, certainly as an officer. Now, in reality, people sort of look at that rule and go, okay, partly because it's a buyer's market. People are buying these commissions, so there are all sorts of reasons why that rule may get muddied. But I wonder if that's part of the reason for it, and so the visibility of Irish officers sort of ends up being muted, because then you descend into this sort of Wellington debate that you talked about, right? Of Anglo-Irish and Protestant Irishmen, and do they represent Irishmen writ large, and all of these kinds of things.
And that's not to say there isn't something to that debate, because pretty clearly, if you look at Irish soldiers, let's stick to the British Army for a second. If you look at Irish soldiers versus Irish officers during this period, it's unavoidable that in a lot of cases there is going to be a pretty substantial gulf between those two in terms of the social background and the economic background, and indeed possibly the religious background and so on. To put it briefly, they are coming from two very different Irelands. I suppose for me, I have always chosen to take a very blunt approach to that, which is simply, were you born on the island of Ireland? Is that your home? If so, that's fine. That makes you Irish, and I will stick you in that particular graph. But others will disagree, perhaps with reason.
I'm conscious that I've talked too much already, and Ed has been waiting very patiently to weigh in on this debate. Ed, am I right in thinking that you have a, inverted commas, a dog in this fight because you have Irish ancestry yourself?
I'm very proud to be about 25% Irish and a honorary colonel in the 88th Foot.
Fantastic.
Which you're glad he brought it up. But I have some interesting data from my first book that really gives a little bit of support to what Peter's talking about. The Irish were the shortest. They were about a quarter inch shorter than everybody else. I'm looking at the numbers here. They had the highest listing of laborers. Almost 50% of every recruit just listed laborer. Almost 30% of them were previous textile workers, which makes perfect sense given the industrial change from hand weaving and looming and why they might be forced to enlist for economic reasons. What else? They also have three times the rate of the English for listing no definable trade at all when they enlisted, which is almost 5%, which is really a pretty large number. But sometimes looking at these numbers speak more than just statistics on a page. You start seeing the rationales behind enlistment. You see that they make up 30% of the English army is Irish. And when you put the Irish and the Scots together, they actually are the majority. There's more of them than there are English in the English army. So I just thought I'd throw in some of those stats so we get an understanding of their economic background and their driving forces. But I liked your approach and your prep, Peter.
And actually, Ed, you have raised something really interesting there. And if I had more time, in terms of looking at Irish myths, there was very definitely a fifth I would have added to that myself, and it's the idea, it's the notion that if you're talking about an Irish soldier during this period, again, the British Army at least, you are talking about an economic recruit. This is somebody who is not making a principled decision or any other kind of life decision to take the King's shilling. It's somebody who is doing it through simple necessity. And if we were talking about that in terms of whether it's a myth or not, and what you've just said demonstrates that really well, I would absolutely say that no, that is not a myth. I think that is really, really borne out. And I mean, I have seen the same. I have looked at a sample group of about 400 or a little above 400 Irish soldiers at Waterloo, and the figures are spookily the same as what you've just quoted. Of that 400 odd, I think it's dead on 50% list themselves as former labourers, and another 25% or so list themselves as former weavers. So I mean, acknowledging the dangers of trying to derive somebody's way of thinking and life circumstances and so on, just from a black and white record like that, I don't think you could possibly argue anything otherwise than that these are people making an economic decision. That's what's driving it.
My sample was 7,500, and when they align like that, you do get an insight into who these individuals were. And I congratulate you for piquing my interest after Beatrice. I didn't think that was going to be possible after we talked about the Grimm brothers and the porn collection, but you did. You were very successful. You're very compelling.
Thank you, Ed.
By the way, folks, All for the King's Shilling by Professor Edward J. Coss, available from Oklahoma University Press, published 2010, available in paperback, #ad, #shameless plug but not for me, available pretty much everywhere.
Amazon, yeah.
PS, don't go to Amazon if you can possibly avoid it, because my usual rant about Amazon and Jeff Bezos and rocket fuel. Support independent booksellers, support authors, go direct to publisher if you can afford it. If you can't afford it, go to Amazon.
I'm with you. And you get the same price at the publisher.
There you go. All the more reason to go direct. Go buy the book. It's a revelation. #ad. I don't know why I've gone in with the hashtags this evening.
That's
Marcus,
not even a hashtag, is it?
No, it's not. But that's part of the reason why I think I like it.
That's
Marcus,
why I do on social media. No, it's great. And yeah, I don't have. I'm going to try to formulate a question out of this, Peter, because it's great to hear. Yeah, dispel Wellington saying born in a stable myth. Fantastic.
We need to make that a regular thing.
That needs to
just
be
a monthly pin notice or something.
Yeah, I just think we'll hire some skywriters and get it up there. Wellington didn't say that monthly. We'll pay for it. It's fine.
can I just say the charity is not going to pay for that? That's not what.
Although this is private funding, I'm going to sell some of my million books or something. But,
we can do a business case for this.
Yeah, but so I guess focusing on the other one. I mean, Anglo-Irish, Irish. I think the debate's always going to rage there. I already know that a good mutual friend of ours, who remain nameless, but who I'm talking about, he actually the Anglo-Irish and accepts that as a thing. And I don't have a strong dog in the fight. I'm very aware of the sensitivities. So I guess just wondering where some of it stems from, some of the myths a bit more, where they come from, especially. Do you think people are trying to put the Irish down, or do you think they're trying to put down the air inverted commas like the English down by enlarging the Irish? It diminishes the English contribution, or do you think vice versa, that they're trying to put the Irish down? We're talking about the Irish being private soldiers and drunks, but then are really hard fighting. Are we actually then getting rid of the kind of the aristocracy and the leadership? And my mind, brilliant to hear Plunkett come up as well, because he was a corporal and then back to rifleman. But
he ricochets around a bit. Yeah,
he ricochets around. But the first one that comes to my mind before Plunkett is Sergeant Masterson. For Jeebus Boys, I've got the cuckoo. He was an NCO. So the backbone of the army. So yeah, I just kind of wonder, where do you think are they trying to put the Irish down? Are they trying to put the English down? Are they trying to put both down? Are they trying to big one up? It's an interesting.
Masterson is actually a really interesting example. And it's a fantastic. It's not a story. It did happen. They took the eagle and it happened much as described. The cuckoo line I love, and I smile every time I hear it, or every time I see someone say it or whatever. It has a really strong whiff of stage Irishness to it. Whatever happened or didn't happen in the smoke and the confusion that day, I can't see Masterson or anybody else coming out with that line, much as I'd like it to happen. That's a really interesting point about, does it push the English down or the Irish up, or vice versa? I think probably I'd fudge it and say both, actually. I think that Irish stereotype could be used in both of those lanes, depending on what you're looking to do or where you're partisan for, I
think, again, it comes back to what we were saying about martial race theory, doesn't it? This idea that you've got people who are great fighters because they come from a particular region and they've had a certain upbringing and all the rest of it, and as you say, that works in two directions. So in one sense, you say, look, these people are prize fighters and they have a value. But at the same time, if you come from a different type of region in terms of its terrain and its inverted commas cultural values, then you end up with inverted commas a more genteel type of individual who isn't as wild, and that has its benefits and its disadvantages. So we all need to come together to fight for the greater good, because the Irish inverted commas couldn't do it without the English, and vice versa, and all of these kinds of things. So I think this martial race thing, it kind of looms large over that whole kind of construction.
Yeah, there's a long shadow there, I think, over that question. It very much is a feature.
I want to just stay with the history for a second longer on this one, and get your take again here, Ed, because you are the one who's done the most work out of all of us on primary group theory and cohesion. And it strikes me that one of the big inconsistencies with this idea that the Irish are the prize fighters who are going to fight well, but you can't trust them to stay in the unit because they're all going to desert or whatever, doesn't work in two directions when it comes to primary group cohesion. One, if they're inclined to desert, they're not going to be trusted by their comrades. This is a good chunk of what you talked about in your book, that if from a discipline perspective, these men can't cut it, then you're not going to have an effective unit, which means that those units with large Irish contingents wouldn't have performed well on the battlefield. The flip side to this is that if the Irish were the ones leading the charge all the time, they'd look over their shoulder, see that their Welsh and English comrades in arms weren't pulling their weight. And again, the cohesion of the unit would fall apart, because they would go, well, why am I out here risking my neck? And Tom isn't prepared to stand shoulder to shoulder with me in this charge and keep up with me and just lets me take all the risk. So on two levels, your army would fall apart if this were true.
First off, we have to always consider that discipline is not necessarily just an external force. It's an internal force that you establish within a small group, the norms and expectations and the behavioral demands. So there's also a survivor. The mission matters, but survivability matters too. So if our unit is continually asked to be the only spear point, they're going to eventually just refuse, because there has to be a fairness across the board. So to create this picture that there's this almost demonic martial madness with the Irish, that is both I think it's a positive, it's put out as a positive, but it's kind of meant as a negative, because that's all they can do. They're primitive. I've never seen a primary group built on nationality alone that is just a factor that might establish trust. It might get them to look at each other. So this gets really much more complicated than it's purported, and I think it's a window into the lack of understanding of what leadership was meant and was required at the time. I mean, to stand back and to make these assessments across the board, to me, tells you don't understand the human dynamics involved with combat, because so many things go away. I've had so many discussions where role does religion play in combat? And you go, well, it doesn't. No matter what you want to say, you interview every single soldier you talk to, and they're talking about not letting the other guy down. It's that simple. But people say, no, you're missing. And I think here we have one of these kinds of things too, where you're missing your understanding of the Irish because they're X, Y, and I'm not buying it. Now, if you are looking, you can go maybe a little deeper and look at some demographic triggers. Look at how many didn't have a trade. Look at how many were listed laborers. So now they're being forced by economic situations into a pretty damn untenable lifestyle. And they're there because they have to be there. They're lucky if they get fed. That's going to create a certain bond between them where they share food, they experience shared hardship. So is that going to give them a little bit of an edge against a group of folks who are thrown together and are forced conscripts? I think absolutely. But we never get down to that kind of granular analysis. We just throw that martial race thing and then make these gross assessments. So I think Peter's trying to address all those is spot on.
Let me allow Beatrice to come in. She's been sitting there very patiently and quietly, no doubt recovering from her revelations that she's given us earlier in this evening. Beatrice, is there anything you'd like to add into this?
I don't dare to say any more about Irish fairy tales or what have you. No, I'm very sorry. No, this is far beyond my grasp of history. I'm just listening in awe and admiring Peter for all the, also for the opinion poll that he conducted. I really liked it.
A very informal poll, Beatrice, but yeah, thank you.
All right then, let's keep the momentum going. Last but by no means least, Professor Ed Coss, take it away.
It's so hard to follow these brilliant people and to generate, but I'll try to generate some kind of energy. My aggravation is actually more general in nature, but I'll narrow it down as I rant. I'm viewing this as an educator, and many superficial things tend to really irritate me. These apocryphal scenes that arise and act as barriers to an interpretation of historical events are often all my students know when they come to a class and we begin. So now I have to fight through all these things, these tidy but invented events and narratives with Hollywood dialogue, and these things tend to obscure, they don't elucidate historical events. So sadly though, these kinds of myths become collective memory and they're braced and they supplant the actual events on the ground. And I know Marcus will like this one, but like Wellington's supposed comment, now Maitland, now's your time. It shifts and displaces the events. It's not a real thing, and it prevents us from examining the real dynamics on the ground. I understand the human need for compelling stories. My students love the narratives and the stories and they embrace them. But they shouldn't enthrall us, right? Pushing us to accept their veracity. I think the gospel, so to speak, needs to be constantly evaluated. So I would hate to think that I was a purveyor, not of porn tales, none of that, but of things that were not true because the students love to hear it. I would hate to think that I was obscuring. So my current Napoleonic bugaboo along those lines is the accepted perception, it seems to be, that the individuals we study are somehow immune to the stresses of war. They are always assumed to be psychologically stable. And maybe your friends are better than mine, and I love my friends. They're not always rational gatekeepers, day to day, the same. And the way these individuals, especially in war, the ugliest, most demanding, most character-changing event, they're presented as unassailably unwavering, right? That despite years of campaigns and battle trauma and psychological burdens, their capacity to make rational decisions is unhindered. And that kind of drives me crazy, especially since I deal with the tip of the spear. And I know, sadly, no matter what the Army tries to do, the rising number of veteran suicides stays and remains constant. And it just doesn't remain constant while you're in the Army. Some of my students are retired now, and they post individuals who are 40, 50 years old, who are former command sergeant majors or former officers. And they just decide is enough. So that burden on them, even when they're removed to the safety of, it's never, the psychological trauma, that moral injury never goes away. So why is it that we treat individuals in history as if that doesn't exist? That's my big bugaboo. And this would seem an odd lens to view human behavior, one that kind of robs us of the reality that the world works on us. We are not cognitive, psychomotor, or emotional rocks. I'm starting to get wound up. I don't have Beatrice's style, but I'll get there. My most recent subject, as you know, and you brought it up, Zach, was Napoleon, who for surely 2 decades of war, allow us to examine him in some kind of a deal during critical times and across his entire experience, knowing his makeup would seem to be, and his decision making, his motivations would still be something that matters 200 years later. But most evaluations, most books on Napoleon treat him the same as he was in 1805, as he was in Russia, and he was at Waterloo. They just treat him as this constant. What has emerged for me as a fascinating picture of an individual whose capacities became more and more impaired, despite his intellectual and military prowess. Discovering that most likely, and again, this isn't my work, if it was just me, it'd be spitballing, but having 5 Army psychologists look at everything I could put in front of them that was just his words, or just the words of people who were in the room who recorded Napoleon's words, so getting as close to Napoleon as possible. This is their professional assessment as best they can after 200 years. But what was amazing about it was their uniformity. I gave them this material. They were to do it independently because I didn't want groupthink. I wanted to hear what they really came up with. And they came up with, and for the 7 categories of what I'll mention here, the narcissistic personality disorder, they agreed across the board, and for 6 of the 7. And one of them thought he exhibited all 7. And I was like, wow, this is going to be less contentious than I thought, because the markers for him were there. And the best example I can provide of why taking a moment to do some kind of not armchair psychological assessment, but being aware that individuals are not the same over time, and looking at their decisions in a particular moment, in a particular place with a granularity, will reveal a lot more than just that brush stroke of Napoleon said this and Napoleon did that. When you look what he does in Russia, coming back from Russia, and he's moving back into Poland, and he's telling everyone the Poles are going to have troops there. These are the folks he conquered and coerced into going into Russia. And he thinks they're going to have troops and supplies waiting there so that he can regroup, turn, and then relaunch back. And everybody's telling him you're delusional. And he's absolutely convinced that those supplies and men will be there. That is a mentally disturbing picture of someone whose grasp of reality is rather questionable at the time, or certainly inhibited. And one related to that is, and the best one for me, is when we were looking at traumatic brain injury. One of the psychologists said we should look at it. So you look up and you find out that he had 2 instances of being knocked out, one for several hours. And that is a significant psychological event. Anybody here who's ever had a head trauma, and I had one, it took me 2 years to recover from, right? And that, if you're lucky and you recover from. So Napoleon, and I bet you didn't even know this, the time he got knocked out for several hours was 10 days before the coup of 18 Brumaire. And think of how erratic his behavior was during that entire thing, and how huge it is for the, it's to overthrow the Directory, the rise of Napoleon as First Consul, the whole thing. And when he's supposed to go and have a dinner with Paul Barras supporting him, it all gets, Napoleon acts violently, he doesn't act logically. Then he complains of physical and mental exhaustion, which oddly he blames on Egypt. And during the whole event, he he exhibits neurological symptoms that may explain why his brother had to help pull the whole thing off, and Napoleon wasn't this bold commander of too long. Why did most of you probably not know that? Because people don't connect what could be psychological events and their effects on the impairment of an individual. We just brush them past. Even, and I love him, he was a great mentor, David Chandler. If you look at all this stuff in the book, they just step right over them because they're not sure how to deal with it. So no one who suffers an accident like that can avoid some kind of physical, affective, or cognitive diminishment. They just can't. Nobody ever brings it up. And that's my bugaboo. Why do we look at these individuals at specific times, at specific places, and not consider variables that are working on them? I don't need to go into Napoleon's narcissism, but we found out, for example, from his statements, he has a remarkable lack of empathy across the boards. Go to whatever he writes, dictates at St. Helena. You will not find him once, and again, the comparison back with Marcus and Wellington, Napoleon never bemoans his responsibility in causing the death of 1 million French soldiers. How do you not carry that with you on your shoulders? He doesn't bring it up at all. The only thing he brings up is he argues that commanders failed him. Because those men, as a narcissist, I mean, not just a narcissist, but somebody with narcissistic personality disorder, which is a definable, huge limitation. People are there to serve his needs. And I always said Napoleon was great at getting other people to do what he wanted. So all my commanders, all the gals I ever got to work with, all would sit down with you and tell you the soldiers they lost, to the name of those individuals, to the year, and think back and try to, what could I have done differently to save that individual's life? What command did I do? What mistake did I make? And that's somebody with conscience. And yet we have Napoleon, who's apparently mentally burdened in some ways, but the limitations allowed him to continually do what he did. Did he have great charisma? Was he cruel? Yes, but why don't we look at other individuals? Why don't we look at these moments in time and try to sort things out with more granularity than just believing that Napoleon was a stable individual throughout his reign? It's just not possible. Even if he had not had these, students said without a doubt he was probably, and again we use words like probably, likely, because they didn't really examine him, probably bipolar, certainly had depressive episodes, and they would go through and point them out in narratives that to me may have spoken to it, but to their professional eye, they really jumped out. I don't know. It was this idea that he's this unwavering intellectual of great prowess and emotional actualization is just, it's not true. And yet new books, you won't find any of this in Andrew Roberts' book on Napoleon. It's just not going to be there. These books that praise but don't assess. They perpetuate but don't provide the kind of insightful detail that Beatrice, Peter, and Marcus have tried to offer us today. And that's my big bugaboo. How do we not take a moment, not to do armchair against, I was fortunate that I had 5 professionals who were interested in doing this, and it took us 2 years to do this. So it was no joke. But was Napoleon the same as he was in 1805 when he was in Russia? Why do we take writ large his decisions when he's on a retreat? Why do we take writ large what he was doing at Waterloo? Why don't we take a time out? And I don't know. To me, there's so much more that ought to garner our attention to allow us to look deeper at phenomena and get beyond these colorful but superficial evaluations. So that's my rant, and I'm sticking to it.
And one hell of a rant it is to end this half on. Ed, thank you for that. The inevitable question that people are going to be asking, so I'm going to get it out of the way straight off the bat. You've talked a lot about soldiers and mental health, and the inevitable connection that people tend to draw is soldier PTSD. I happen to know the answer to this question because I worked with you on Sword and Spirit in the chapter that resulted from your work, which appears in that volume. #ad, #shameless plug. Nonetheless, most folks won't necessarily know the answer to this. Did Napoleon exhibit signs of PTSD?
No, that was a remarkable thing. That was the driving force that started his evaluation. Because how could somebody be in command, lose 1 million men, win battles, lose battles, be that much at the tip of the spear, and not be damaged and not have these remorseful PTSD episodes? Because about 20, I'm going to get this number wrong, it's in the low 20s of my students who are all officers had PTSD. We were warned that almost a quarter of your students exhibit actual PTSD markers, not the ones that managed to get through in various degree of health, but still look back and commemorate. I don't think anybody makes it through, but we knew that Napoleon had to have PTSD, and that was a driving force, and we were wrong. It was an amazing discovery, and every one of the psychologists said, we are wrong. And then we said, why does he not? How is that humanly possible? And then we got into the narcissism thing. You cannot have PTSD without empathy. And Napoleon apparently had no empathy for anyone, or next to no empathy. And he exhibits it cruelly. I won't go into the details, but like when Berthier is trying to get married to this noble woman of his love of his life, and Napoleon convinces him it's not going to work. She's already married. You're never going to get there. Go marry someone else. And so he marries this other gal he's not that particularly interested in. And within like weeks, the initial woman's husband dies, and she was available. And Berthier is heartbroken. He is near suicidal. And Napoleon brings him in to make fun of him. Who does that? Who does that? So that's who Napoleon was. He found others, I think, discomfort amusing. And I found that discomforting on my end, to see how he would bring in people with an audience to berate them, but making sure there was an audience so he could humiliate them. Because to me, you praise in public and you criticize in private. And Napoleon, it was opposite.
Here's a cool fact. A crocodile can't stick out its tongue. Another cool fact, you can get short-term health insurance for a month or just under a year in some states. United Healthcare short-term insurance plans are designed for people who are between jobs, coming off their parents' plan, or turning a side hustle into a full-time gig. Underwritten by Golden Rule Insurance Company, they offer flexible, budget-friendly coverage with access to a nationwide network of doctors and hospitals. Get more cool facts about United Healthcare short-term plans at uh1.com.
Hiring for your small business? If you're not looking for professionals on LinkedIn, you're looking in the wrong place. That's like looking for your car keys in a fish tank. LinkedIn helps you hire professionals you can't find anywhere else, even those who aren't actively searching for a new job but might be open to the perfect role. In a given month, over 70% of LinkedIn users don't even visit other leading job sites. So start looking in the right place. With LinkedIn, you can hire professionals like a professional. Post your free job on linkedin.com/spoken today.
There are many questions we could ask about specifics, but we probably won't. And from a myth perspective, I'm just going to throw it open to the others in the room. Peter, anything you want to offer on this?
So thank you very much, Ed. I mean, there's nothing I have in the way of a question, but just to say how useful, how interesting that was, first of all, and how useful I thought that was as sort of food for thought, because I think what you've done there is highlighted that challenge which we are all up against if you look at any aspect of human activity, including military history, including battle, all of that and so on. There is always that huge risk assessing that in a kind of a very sterile vacuum of looking at the pages of the book or at the map or whatever else, and trying to assess what somebody did versus what they ought to have done versus what they could have done, and so on, in these perfect conditions. And if you do that, it obviously, to state the obvious, it ignores, which is what you just explained very eloquently, that human beings are fantastically messy, complex, unpredictable creatures, and it kind of ties in almost a little bit to what we were talking about earlier on as well, where if you're looking at an individual battle or an action or something like that, it would be very unwise to do that unless you can take the full range of things into account, like, does somebody have a sunburnt neck? Did they eat that morning? Were they chewed out by a sergeant over something at 9 o'clock? All the rest of it, and so on. And so, yeah, that's what kind of shines through for me from that very effective bit of myth busting, that it's really, really dangerous, I think, to assume perfect conditions, to assume rationality. And I mean, without laboring the point too much, I one thing that strongly comes to mind listening to you talk there is a fairly major decision made by somebody in recent months, which we're still seeing the consequences of. And had we been having this conversation, or had we been having a discussion about this maybe in the middle of February, the smart money would have been on that decision not being made, because there were all sorts of very good, logical, practical reasons why it wouldn't happen. And even in hindsight, it's understandable to suggest that. So yeah, that's really, I'll go away with some things to think about that, I think, which is very definitely praise. That was really, really insightful and interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Means a lot.
Once again, the caliber of guests we have on this podcast. Beatrice, let me hand it over to you.
Yeah, very briefly only, because I can only say that I really, really admired this, and Ed, you truly are so sovereign on this knowledge. You're above the whole field. I do have a question, however, something that because of my other disciplinary habit is studying terrorists. So I do Napoleonic day and ages because I find it very comfortable, and sometimes I do terrorism and I find it quite upsetting, but I think that's also necessary to study. And from terrorism studies you can, for example, draw insights from radicalization theories. And what if we would apply those radicalization theories on Napoleon? So what we know from radicalization studies, you can apply the micro perspective, what drives a specific person based on its own mindset, his own psychological makeup, to do gruesome things. But the micro psychological perspective is not enough. You also need a social psychological and a more contextual and macro sociological perspective. If you take into account that Napoleon was socialized in the times of already brutal terror. He went through the 90s and then he took power in 1799, went to various battlefields, he lost many friends, he came home and was various times he was assaulted and attacked already early in his career. So he could easily apply not just those psychiatrical ideas on traumatization or PTSS, but also radicalization process. And from radicalization theory, we know that you have to surpass your own investments. You have to, you're already alienated, you're already brutalized, and you need to surpass your own investments in terms of blood, soil, tears, finances, to make yourself more significant. So Napoleon was always on the quest for being significant, being the ruler. He could just not be not significant and share his power with others, perhaps only with his family. And even he was the pivot of the whole family. And well, he dealt and he shook the cards as he saw fit. So radicalization theory may explain why Napoleon in the beginning was also from his letters was not the same than he was in 1806 or 1810 or even 1813 or 1814. I really should study more the details and Napoleon's own letters and quotes, but I think this could yield something. And until now, the terror idea has been projected on the Thermidor and Robespierre reign, but not on Napoleon as such. I was looking for that. There's no social psychological radicalization study of Napoleon done so far as I am aware of.
I think what you just talked about would be the kind of thing that I would love to see done. because it would broaden our understanding, get us someplace rather than just stepping over. I had never actually, during the editing process, an individual got involved with my thing on Napoleon and said that I had failed to look at the history of the psychological evaluations of Napoleon. And I went, wow, because of everything I've read, I never saw any. So I went back and tried to find them, only to discover they were usually some historian throwing off a paragraph about what he thought about Napoleon. That doesn't help me. So it turns out that this might have been the first actual psychological evaluation, which at least gives us a baseline for consideration to do something would be hugely intriguing of what you just described, Beatrice. I think that this is a wider lens. We need to consider, if he is such a driving force, and he is, then these kinds of further evaluations. I'm really intrigued when you were talking about that. I did some work with terrorism too, and when you were talking, I was wondering how much fun it would be intellectually to try to get at this problem. Because I'll tell you that 2 years went by really fast when you're getting emails and they're coming to your office, the students, and these are professional folk who are clinical clinicians. This is what they do. I don't know what they do. I don't know what the trigger phrases are. And for them to share ideas and give us insight that we never had before, that was the thing. I came away, to Zach's point, the lack of empathy protected him. It gave me an insight on how and why he makes decisions across his career. And then you start looking for those. Now your radar is on a little bit, and you start looking for them in letters, and they kept showing up once we started looking for them. So I would very much be interested in participating in anything like you just described.
Well, then let's do that at some point and apply the risky shift theory, the social identity theory, the tunnel vision. So there are many kind of social psychological models that you could project on him, and it's an iterative process. We are historians, and I always hate if people kind of fix things and make it essentialist and boil it down to one or two generic characteristics over time. People can change. Napoleon, I think, really changed over the course of the wars.
Fascinating. This is basically what happens at conferences. People come up with stellar ideas, they forge connections, and it sparks other ideas and subsequent research. And yes, I am heading directly to another hashtag ad and hashtag shameless plug, because in September of this year, 2022, the Napoleonic and Revolutionary War Graves charity will be hosting the second War and Peace in the Age of Napoleon conference. Ticket prices still to be decided. Basically, we work out what the venue hire is going to cost and what your dinner is going to cost, and then work out how cheaply we can sell it for you. There will also be a live stream, which will be substantially cheaper because you won't need to pay for lunch. Please stay tuned for details and follow at NRWG Charity for more details. But it is going to be a fantastic event because you're going to have people like the ones that you've heard this evening joining us either to speak about their research or just there in a more general capacity to take in some of these ideas and open up new avenues of their own interest. And I've billed it as the big Napoleonic era nerds party of 2022. So folks, stay tuned, and you are going to want to buy tickets for this. Anyway, end of hashtag ad and hashtag shameless plug. Marcus, I think your dog has now finished attempting to eat your face. Is there anything that you wanted to throw into this discussion?
Bear with, because he's got a toy. He's with me. He's helping. So yeah, no, it was a great last one to finish on. And it's really interesting to hear a psychological evaluation of Napoleon. You know, he was narcissistic, nepotistic, and has many flaws that I'm more than happy to agree with Ed on. And do you think we could go too far, Ed, and excuse Napoleon? You know, the head injury, the coup de Brumaire was a perfect example that you used, where he just rambled, he didn't make much sense, and his brother basically had to save him from just embarrassing himself, and it all could have gone very wrong. Do you worry, because at the moment people, you know, they overpraise, as you pointed out, they overpraise Napoleon. Do you think it could ever go the other way and we make excuses for his terrible decision-making, his behaviors?
What a great question. I like that one. That's got some juice to it. The more you discover, at least for me, the more I discover Napoleon, the more his excuses go away. You don't find a lot of sympathy for his actions, even if you understand the psychological limitations. And plus, we have such a hero worshiping audience out there who dearly love Napoleon to such an extent that I just don't see. I think this is going to be like banging a drum. We need to do this to bring insight to people, as a cautionary, as an insight as historians. But will we ever convince them that he's anything but a charming, consistent prince among men, a genius and a gentleman? No, but it's my mission to help enlighten them.
Very good. Yeah, brilliant. I hope to help you with that in some way, Ed. Enlightenment to them overpraising Napoleon is nothing but a good thing. Bit of balance.
There we go. That is 4 stellar rants and nearly 2.25 hours of solid recording. It's been incredible fun. I am going to go around the room and do ads one more time. Peter, your Twitter handle, my friend, is...
It's a good question, is what it is. It's my name. It's Peter Molloy. It's at Peter_Molloy_. I believe
it is. I've just checked it on Twitter myself.
Okay.
There we go.
Thank you for keeping me on the straight and narrow.
That's all right. I should have just done my research beforehand and made sure I had your Twitter handle to hand. Folks, go follow Peter. Charming individual. Always got some really valuable and interesting insights. Also, the mastermind, as you will know, behind or one of the masterminds, perhaps is a more accurate way, so that we don't exclude James Cowan from all of this. But one of the masterminds behind the Great Waterloo Diorama. Stay tuned for updates on that. Peter, thank you so much for your time this evening. Marcus, I know you are at Cribb History, aren't you? So that is you. You are you. And Ed, as ever, you're not on Twitter, are you?
Oh God, no.
But
that was emphatic.
This might be a smart move in terms of sanity, quite frankly. I've said it already, folks. No apologies for saying it again. All for the King's Shilling. Available from Oklahoma University Press. Available out in paperback actually right now. Ed, thank you so much for your time.
It's a pleasure. The people you have and these trustees, I've come to really, even though I have not met them in person, they seem to be real friends. I have trust with them. I love sharing our responsibilities of trying to bring this charity into reality and with the kind of work we can do. I'm looking forward to meeting everyone at the War and Peace Conference, and to the listeners, come and talk to me. Hopefully I will have something. We can find a chair, we can go sit in a corner, and we can bash Napoleon, whatever you want to do. But I'm always open as an educator to talking with people.
And last but by no means least, Beatrice, your Twitter handle is at Beatrice de Graaf. It's your name. Again, you are you. And Fighting Terror After Napoleon was published by Cambridge University Press. Hopefully folks will be able to find that relatively easily. Is this one of the titles where it's not the classic CUP thing of it being terribly expensive? Is there because you've done something that's a standard price as opposed to the usual CUP?
Yeah, I don't know what the price is right now, but it's not one of those unpayable prices. I hope that it will come out in paperback. I'll press them for it, but it's not that completely insane price as other books of Cambridge are.
Thank you all so much for your time. Folks, part 2 of this episode, please do come back for part 2. I know this has been a long one. But part 2, trust me, is absolutely worth it, because the anarchy, if anything, is turned up to 11 in part 2. But thank you all so much for joining me. Part 2 will be incoming after this important commercial message.
Remember to like and subscribe, leave a review on Apple Podcasts, and you can find me on Twitter at ZWhiteHistory. A huge thank you as ever to my Patreon supporters. It is their support that keeps this podcast going. If you're interested in contributing to the show, you can find out more from the link in the description. Prices start from £1 a month, and you get all kinds of perks, from discount codes on Pen and Sword books, which means you actually quite rapidly end up regaining some of the money that you invest in the show, all the way through to voting rights, shout-outs in episodes, and even one-to-one meetings with me. If a regular subscription isn't your thing, which believe me I completely understand, you can leave one-off tips via Ko-fi. Again, the link is in the description, and all the money gets reinvested into producing more content further down the line. And I have a big project in mind involving footage from battlefields that could potentially be a really engaging, exciting project if I can bring the money together to make it happen. A particular shout out, as ever, to my Emperor level patrons Mark Stoos, JC Kaiser, and Todd and Laird Campbell. My Marshal patrons Matt Bone and Marcus Cribb. My Commander patrons John Haynes, Ger Brown, Liam Telfer, Jane Davis, Bob Burnham, Andy Meakin, and Michael Guest. My mentioned in Dispatches Plus patron Noah Fink, and my mentioned in Dispatches patrons Mars Reedy, Alexandra Lyon, Alistair Campbell-Grieve, Beatrice de Graaf, Brendan Teeling, Colin Fieldhouse, Ed Coss, Bruins Girl, Gareth Copeland, Jeff Maple, Hugh Brennan, Indiana Fats, Jim Deary, Jim Getz, Josh Keeney, Lucy Tatner, Lynn Dawson, Mark Dewhurst, Mark Anscombe, Rob Griffith, Roy Muir, Ross Flowers, Ryan Diamond, Rob Cothman, Mark Trowbridge, Nick Overland, Stephen Colson, and Graham Goodwin.
Hello and welcome back to part 2, take 2 of that introduction, but we'll move very swiftly on because I lasted about 3 seconds in the previous take. If you've made it this far, then you're a very dedicated individual. Thank you for your time. You join us anticipating anarchy. The way in which this is recorded means that this is actually part 2, but is recorded before part 1. And I'm assuming part 1 is going to be anarchy because of the people I've got on board. Part 2 will almost certainly be anarchy because we've already reached those dizzying heights already. I am joined by Jacqueline Reiter. In fact, all of our guests are returning guests this evening. They're all wonderful people as well. I think I've got some of my favourites in for this one. Not all of my favourites, just in case anybody starts feeling left out. Don't getting jealous and cute with me now. But certainly many of my favourites are here tonight. Jacqueline Reiter. The Ghost of Popham leaving you alone? I suspect not.
No, never.
No? What's going to happen when the book's over?
Oh God, I'm not even thinking that far yet.
I'd imagine you're praying for that day. But if you haven't come across Jacqueline already on this podcast, then please do go back into the back catalogue. Have a listen to episodes such as Greatest Painting, where she was a riot. The dedicated episode that we did on the Walcheren expedition, I hope. Otherwise, I've got that catastrophically wrong. We've talked Walcheren before because you've educated me. And, you know, the late Lord Chatham, people go buy the book. That's the important thing to emphasize here. Please go buy the book and then pre-order the book on Popham that will be coming out sometime soon. Another of my guests is trying to garner brownie points by highlighting the fact that they already have the book. My favourite owner of a ponytail, Josh Provan, the master of adventures in Historyland, isn't sporting his ponytail this evening. He seems to have gone sort of full Jesus, which I hope is not a sacrilegious comment. But nonetheless, he is doing probably the best impression I've ever seen of anyone who has attempted to look like Jesus. You'd have saved Mel Gibson a fortune in The Passion of the Christ. That's all I'm going to say. If you haven't heard Josh on a previous episode, then quite frankly, you simply haven't listened since last Tuesday, because he's always on this show. He's done so many episodes that if I listed them all, we'd be here forever. Basically, if there's one of these group discussions, he's usually on it because he always brings his A game, always brings something really interesting. If you haven't bought Wild East or Bullock's Grain and Good Madeira, that is Bullock's, folks, no dirty jokes, please, then please do. The latter is available via Hellion Books. It's a cracking read. If you want a taster of it, there's a previous episode on this in the back catalogue. Go have a listen. Josh, great to see you again, buddy. How you doing?
I'm doing very well. I'm very flattered as well that I'm apparently giving off this supernatural aura as well. Oddly enough, not the first time I've been I've been compared visually with the Christ. Of course, the last time it was a bunch of drunk girls in an airport, but
I mean, there are worse people who could compare you to Jesus. I'm imagining. I mean, at least it wasn't sort of a member of the Spanish Inquisition. Like trying to say that this is unacceptable.
Indeed. Also, I mean, also we are absolutely playing into the whole tradition of casting Jesus as a white guy. So winning.
Yes. This nicely countered. Yes. Good point. Well made. We will desperately and very swiftly.
I can say that because I'm one of those weird believer types. Before you come for me.
Nobody's coming for you, Josh, because you're just too nice an individual. But let us move on. We also have Jimmy Chen with us. Jimmy has usually turned up to talk about Russia. Last time he managed to deeply insult Kate Jameson. I have a sneaking suspicion I cut that out of the final edit because I decided it was just too much of a burn. Jimmy is an all-round Russia expert and commentator and just font of knowledge. If you ever think of Marcus and just know that he's going to talk Wellington, when it comes to Jimmy, the same is true, except that he's going to talk about Russia rather than Wellington. He is also the individual behind Napoleonic impressions. You'll find them on Twitter. They do things like mugs and postcards and so on, of sort of cartoonified variations of Napoleonic individuals and events and so on. Jimmy, good to see you again. It's been a little while. How are things?
Things are good, and I think this is the first time I'm coming to you from my new house. And I'm here to talk about times when the Russian army was actually competent.
This is good. We will delve into this later. I am admiring the bookshelf game that you have going behind you. Josh has also come out in sympathy. He has a red coat perched rather smartly on his bookcase. But I'm spotting a couple of busts on your bookcase, Jimmy. So I think you've won this particular round. So well done on that score. And last, but by no means least, we have Napoleonic commentator and lecturer Rachael Stark. Rachel, again, makes regular appearances on this podcast, talking about usually the marshals, I think, tends to be the discussions we have. At some point, you and I need to sit down and do a proper episode where we just talk about some of your favorite people, because boy, have you got some really, really valuable perspectives that I want to bring to our listeners. So we will make that happen. It's great to see you again, Rachel. How are things with you?
Good, thank you. And thank you, commentators sound so much nicer than Twitter weirdo. So thank you, appreciate that.
Look, we are all Twitter weirdos in this space. You're in a safe space, Rachel. You do not need to worry. Right, that was a hell of a lengthy introduction. Let's cut to the chase, shall we? It's the same format as before, between 5 and 10 minutes of ranting. And then, quite frankly, we'll probably just come out in sympathy rather than asking difficult questions, because some of these rants you're going to hear are going to be sublime. There is no profanity filter in this episode. Normally there is one. There isn't one on this episode. So
I am the profanity filter.
Josh, you're always genteel and well-spoken. But you really mustn't heckle me, my friend. Otherwise, I will just edit you out. Such is the power that has gone to the head of this podcaster. Let us get going, and we will start with somebody who probably can't speak at this point because she is in fits of laughter, and that is Jackie. Jackie, what is your rant for the evening? What is the most irritating myth about this period for you?
Well, I mean, it's something that I see quite a lot. I was thinking about it today, and looking at some newer books have been published recently, and I was thinking, what I don't understand why people still say it. But it is that Trafalgar, the Battle of Trafalgar, 1805, ended the threat of invasion in Britain. And it's just, why? Why do people still believe this? I checked 4 or 5 books out that have been published in the last few years. Okay, the last 10 years, but I still think that's recent. I found, I mean, there's obviously James Davies' book, In Nelson's Wake. I'm trying to find his quotation now. It says, neither Trafalgar nor Cape Ortegal had changed the course of the wider war. The Battle of Trafalgar did not end French invasion attempts. Yeah, absolutely, spot on. Kevin Lynch, Britain and Wellington's Army, I think that might have been 2014, I can't quite remember. It has often been assumed that after Trafalgar there was no invasion threat, although Nelson's victory, the building of the Martello Towers and other improvements, blah, 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 did reduce the immediate threat. It did not eradicate the possibility of a later invasion. Yep, I absolutely agree with that. Roger Knight's book, I think that was 2013. I mean, Roger Knight he's a Nelson historian, he's a Nelson specialist. I can't find an actual quotation, so I probably haven't taken one down, but he also says the same thing in various places. And he also cites the January 1811 military report, which I think Kevin Lynch also draws attention to, which is a military report which concluded that irresistible evidence from long experience shows that till invasion has been attempted, Napoleon will never be at rest. Invasion of Britain, of course, that was 1811. So why do people still believe this? I don't know. I think the main issue is that there is a bit of a semantic difference between ended the threat of invasion and ended the possibility of invasion. And I think people confuse the two. Because obviously Trafalgar, and I'm absolutely not trying to dumb down the importance of Trafalgar here. Trafalgar was a massively important battle. It did a great deal of things. It destroyed the combined French and Spanish fleets. It removed immediate danger to Britain and her colonies. It laid the foundation for a certain degree of naval supremacy in the 19th century. I'm not disputing that. But it absolutely did not remove the threat of invasion. There had been a very strong threat of invasion between 1803 and 1805, and that did go away in the immediate term. But if you actually look at what was happening in 1806, in the immediate wake of Trafalgar, actually 1806 was a terrible year for Britain in terms of international events, in terms of morale. Because Trafalgar was followed almost immediately by news of the battles of Ulm and Austerlitz, in which Napoleon had wiped out the Third Coalition. So Britain was back to being isolated diplomatically. And in the past, diplomatic isolation had always coincided with invasion scares. So in 1806, you find a lot of people being very, very downhearted about things. I'm trying to find this quotation that I always love. I always give it to everyone. Oh yes, here it is. This was published in 1806. We stand as on a little spot of elevated ground surrounded with inundations. You know, what's going to happen next? And if you think that there was no threat of invasion, then I don't really understand how you can look at what happens in the next few years of war for Britain, and you can't get their strategic imperatives at all, because in 1807 they tried to they succeeded in bombarding Copenhagen. The reason they were doing that was because they thought that Napoleon was going to get hold of Denmark's fleet, and what were they going to do with Denmark's fleet? They were going to try and invade Ireland. That's what the British government thought. In 1809, I'm going to mention the word Walcheren. I always talk about Walcheren, but why were they in Walcheren? Because of Antwerp, which was one of the biggest naval depots in Europe at the time. They wanted to destroy it. It was described as a gun aimed at the head of Great Britain. They did it again in 1814. They also tried to destroy Antwerp, and they failed again, but hey. So why are they doing these things if there's no threat of invasion? It doesn't go away, it remains. And I think that part of the reason that people do focus so much on the fact that don't focus on the threat of invasion is because there are other things going on at the same time. There's the Peninsular War, which is actually quite successful for Britain. Essentially the start of Britain's most successful campaign. But that wasn't their main strategic imperative at all. That was just something that happened rather, what's the word I'm looking for here, serendipitously. If Napoleon hadn't tried to install his brother and as King of Spain, and Spain hadn't risen in a rebellion, there wouldn't have been an opportunity to exploit. So again and again, it all comes down to invasion, really. So the Peninsula relieved the pressure, certainly, and Russia in 1812, I'm sure Jimmy will talk more about this, also relieves the pressure and what comes afterwards. But even all the way up to 1814, there's always the prospect that Napoleon might get it all together, find someone's fleet somewhere, build his own ships. He was building his own fleet. By 1810, he had something like 150 ships of the line, which was pretty much keeping pace with Britain at that point. I mean, who cares about the quality at this stage? The fact is, he was working on them, and it was terrifying. The other thing that people might think is because there was the volunteers in Britain, so there was a big volunteer movement between 1803 and 1805. That definitely went down as well after 1805. That, I think, is less to do with the fact that there was no threat of invasion and more to do with the government no longer driving volunteers. They were never very happy with the huge uncontrolled volunteer movement. So there was legislation passed in 1806, which essentially killed the volunteers dead. So the fact that the volunteers didn't continue doesn't necessarily mean that there wasn't so much of a threat. The government was focusing more on the militia, more on second battalions. They wanted something they could control that was more military for defence. I've got a tangential issue here, which also properly gets my goat, which is that when people think the whole invasion thing was a bit of a laugh, it annoys me because it really was a very important and very central thing to Britain in the early 19th century. And one thing that really starts annoying me is when people compare it to Dad's Army, as in the comedy programme, not Dad's Army. You find it a lot. I think it's because there are a lot of Rowlandson and Gilray cartoons of the volunteers, and people think it was just a laughing matter. 1 in 4 people, 1 in 4 men were in some kind of military body at the beginning of the 19th century. This is something that was very central to people's lives. Napoleon was there. He was coming. They were convinced. He didn't come. That doesn't mean that people, weren't worried that he was going to. So that annoys me quite a bit. I mean, I don't go in for what if history. I don't think it's very useful in many respects. So I don't know what would have happened if Napoleon had actually tried to invade. I'm not even sure I want to try and think about it. But you don't even have to think what would have happened if the French had tried to invade, because they did try several times. They tried in 1796, but the only thing that stopped them was the wind. In 1798, they managed successfully to get men into Ireland. And of course, in 1797, they got into Fishguard. And this leads me to my final point, which is that if you start going on about how they were never going to get across the Channel because there was the British Navy in the way, the French probably weren't going to try. They were going to try and get to the parts where they were going to make the most success. And where was that? It was Wales, where people weren't very happy with the English. It was Scotland, where people weren't very happy with English. And it was that big one, Ireland, where people really weren't very happy with the British, the British generally. And that would have been their focus. And the British government was absolutely, okay, I'm going to use a bad word, they were crapping themselves about Ireland particularly. And this is another point that doesn't get stressed, because people look at the fortifications on the southeast coast, they forget all about what was happening elsewhere. So that is the end of my rant. I'm going to hand it over to someone else now.
Applause around the room for Jackie, and that was well delivered. And it's a big one, isn't it? It's one that we'd love to talk about. And I like how you've kind of already headed off the question that I would have asked, which is, why does it linger, and why does it sort of attach itself almost kind of with super glue to people's brainstem? Because you say Trafalgar and you go, oh, well, it ended the threat of invasion from Napoleon. Did it? I mean, there's so much that we could talk about off the back of this. I'm going to actually put my guests on the spot with a little kind of quizzy type question. I'm going to list you 4 regions within Europe / the Mediterranean, and I'm curious what you consider to be the order of strategic priority for the British government between each of these regions. So these 4 are the Baltic, Spain, the Low Countries, and Egypt. And I'm going to give our listeners just a moment to have a little ponder and see what they come up with on this. This is all off the back of a paper that I saw delivered by Nick Lipscomb in 2017, I think it was, at the Friends of the Lines of Torres Vedras conference. It was a brilliant paper. Nick's fantastic. Go look up his work if you haven't already. So those 4 regions again were the Baltic, Spain, the Low Countries, and Egypt. What do you think are the orders of strategic priority? I'm going to put Jimmy on the spot first.
Well, I would say that the Low Countries were definitely of primary importance, since that's the closest place where you can sort of launch an invasion from. And then it's sort of difficult to really tell the difference. I'm gonna even say Egypt because of the possible threat to India, but I really don't know how realistic that was. And then Spain and Baltic around the same. I don't think Spain was really. I guess the peninsula was really about helping Portugal, and also about potentially some stuff about Gibraltar, although not much happened there. Yeah, Spain, and then there's still some Baltic interests. I'm going to go with that, Olive. Yeah.
Fair enough. I'm liking the reasoning behind this. I'm going to go around all the guests, and then we'll just sort of thrash out why we may or may not agree with one another. Josh, coming to you next.
I agree. The Low Countries first. That seemed to dominate British strategic thinking for most of the French Revolution and into the early part of the Napoleonic Wars, and then it returned again later on. I would say the Baltic was actually quite important because the amount of tar and wood that came through the Baltic was vital to the Royal Navy. And then Egypt and Spain in that order. Egypt, I'm not quite exact. Egypt, I feel, was more important because trade routes and the fact the French were there, rather than, I think, any practical thought that they could actually get to India from there, because they'd have had to have gone through the Persian Empire, and it's not going to happen really, unless they could get a port maybe on like the Red Sea. Maybe that was a big issue. But and then Spain, actually, I would say, yeah, fourth. Everyone thinks it's the most important, but strategically speaking, it was just a way basically to deploy the army, and they had a general who could win and utilize the army to impress the Allies, really.
I'm not going to pass any comments and go straight on to Rachel.
Yeah, I would agree the Low Countries first in terms of proximity and feasibility of launching an invasion there. Yeah, I think probably the Baltics would be number 2 in terms of things like trade and supply routes and continental trade. Sorry, it sounds like I'm just copying Josh, but yeah, I would think Egypt and then Spain.
Okay, fair enough. And then last but by no means least, Jackie, the one who kind of started off this whole little pop quiz thing.
I'm going to be slightly awkward. I'm going to say that I don't actually like this question. I think it's
That's
not a very
fair.
good question because, well, British government, who in the British government? I mean, if you look at 1800, they were basically beating themselves over the head with chairs about these questions. You find any government minister at any point, you take them aside and say, where do you think is most important? You're going to get 68 different answers. But in terms of taking a slightly zoomed out view, I agree with Josh entirely. I think, absolutely, by a country mile, the Netherlands and the Flanders, that area. I mean, they went to war for that. That the whole reason they went to war with France in the first place was because they closed the Scheldt River. Second, Baltic because of the naval concerns, and third, Egypt. Egypt is a tricky one because if you're talking to Henry Dundas, he'd be kind of first, absolutely, it's got to be first. Whereas if you took someone else aside, they'd be kind of Egypt. Why the hell are we in Egypt? So again, it depends who you ask. But Egypt was a very, very real concern because of India, and it wasn't just the threat of India, it was also just the idea of having a French presence in the area, which was that close to India. They might not get there militarily, but they would certainly start impinging on East India Company territory. And I've been doing a fair amount of reading about this recently, and so it was definitely a concern to some people. And Spain was, essentially they were the British went to Spain because it was an opportunity to get in on the continent, and they stayed there because it was successful. And they nearly didn't go back in 1809, and I think probably only the fact that Walcheren was a complete, absolute 100% disaster, and I'm actually not using a bad word deliberately here, was the reason that they actually kept going with it. And it's just as well they did. But so yeah, laughs for me.
What I love about this is that for a lot of our listeners who perhaps aren't au fait with this period, they'll have heard Baltic and gone, he's just thrown the Baltic in there to troll us. But I would absolutely agree with you that yes, without question, number one has to be the Low Countries. That is the staging point if you're going to invade the UK, such as it is. Okay, you can debate when is it Great Britain and when is it the UK and all the rest of it. If you're invading these islands, that's where you do it from. That's the sensible place to do it. Two, absolutely the Baltic, because the Baltic is where you get the supplies for the Navy. And then Rachel also makes this important point about trade. That whole area is actually really far more important than we give it credit for. The only one I would query is, does Spain, and I was very deliberate in choosing Spain generally, does Spain pip Egypt purely by virtue of Gibraltar? And so the significance of Gibraltar in the sense of that's where you stick the Mediterranean fleet, and Jackie vehemently disagrees. So I'll come back to you in a second, Jackie. I would query whether or not, because of Gibraltar, Spain matters a fraction more, in the sense that you've got to have an eye on Spain, and that doesn't necessarily mean you do anything more for the vast majority of the period than make sure Gibraltar is garrisoned and garrisoned sufficiently. But does that mean that Spain is fractionally more significant? Now, I completely take India goes on to become the jewel in the crown. It isn't necessarily so, or necessarily recognized as such. in the late sort of 1790s, early 1800s? Question mark. Debate that at your leisure. But yeah, I take the point that French presence there. Egypt matters in the sense that you can't have the French there. You've got to deny it to the French. That's my read on Egypt. But Jackie, you dispute what I say on Gibraltar, and therefore Spain maybe pips Egypt.
Well, I think the problem with focusing that much on Spain is why was Britain not focused on Spain before, when they were actually at war with Spain? I mean, I think Gibraltar was significant because they were there. They didn't need to be anywhere else. They were there. They were watching. What they were mostly concerned on, when you look at the Mediterranean, is the other places, the islands, Minorca, Malta, other places. They weren't that bothered about what was going on behind Gibraltar, as far as I could tell. And so long as the Spanish weren't actually threatening Gibraltar, and of course they did occasionally, but not to the extent that they had done in, say, in the early 1780s. So I'm not really sure that Gibraltar, I think Gibraltar is a plus on the British side rather than a downside. So anyway, that's why I'm shaking my head.
This is what I love about this, that I can bring people together and we can have a respectful disagreement. Jackie hasn't felt the need to troll me and call me an imbecile and a cretin. She just disagrees with my point. I mean, she might be absolutely right. If she's privately thinking that I'm an imbecile and a cretin, have at it, Jackie, because you're probably right. But the point is, she hasn't felt the need to sling the insults and the mud, or twist what I say. So there you go, Twitter trolls. Have a little piece of that. You can tell what sort of mood I've been in the past few days. This is great. We do, however, need to move on. Let me just throw it open to the room. Has anyone got anything they want to add onto what Jackie said, as opposed to just sort of trolling her and being mean? Josh, you want to chip in on this one?
Well, in terms of Trafalgar, I completely agree. I often ask the same question: why does this one very tactically successful battle really change the strategic situation? And I raised this mostly because having talked with Olivier Aranda, he made the excellent point that the ocean fleet at Brest was never sunk. And that is a very large fleet, very close to the English Channel and excellent routes to Ireland. So, that's not something you can ignore.
I don't think any of us have got anything to kind of say by counter of it. It's the Mediterranean fleet. This is the point, right? That's what Villeneuve commands. It's the Med fleet. So sure, what Trafalgar in theory does is give Britain the ascendancy in the Mediterranean. Now, okay, maybe you want to debate with me about whether or not they're already in the ascendancy in the Mediterranean. That's a whole other debate. But yeah, this is the crucial point, right? It's the Med fleet, and I think that is hugely missed by people. Sure, off Villeneuve goes to the New World and back again, but that's about a kind of tactical and strategic play to try and lure the British away. That's not because suddenly he's become commander of the entirety of the French Navy writ large. But we are descending into rant territory, and it's not for me to hog the mic this evening. Jimmy, you wanted to chip in as well.
Yeah, I think just the point about why people sort of going about Trafalgar so much. I think one of the reasons why these sort of set piece battles like sort of Trafalgar and Waterloo is that generally sort of the majority of people, when they sort of look at military history and things like that, so the sort of tactical brilliance is more appealing to that sort of audience than the more sort of strategic implications, especially when you've got sort of the national myth built on the idea that Nelson, Trafalgar, everything, and it's all fine and dandy.
Yeah, I take your point, and I think it's a good point. There's a sort of pleasing finality, isn't there? To say Trafalgar, it's the big one. It all ends. Nelson dies. Full stop. Close the chapter of the book, and then you start afresh and you talk about something completely different. And there is that temptation, that tendency. I wonder, Jimmy, what your thoughts are on perhaps is there an inclination to sort of try and do that with Austerlitz, to the point that we then downplay 1806 as a still significant part of that wider kind of conflict that's going on the continent. Do you think we'd do the same with Austerlitz for that same kind of, Waterloo, different story. It's it's not actually the last battle of the war. There's further fighting. Park that, but Waterloo is kind of put there as the nail in the coffin kind of thing. Austerlitz, do you kind of feel that we tend to just sort of talk about Austerlitz and then ignore subsequent fighting?
Yeah, I think certainly when it comes to like Napoleon's greatness, people talk about Austerlitz above all else. And I think actually, the 1806 campaign, the idea of just shattering the reputation of what had been Frederick the Great's Prussian army within the space of less than 24 hours is immensely significant. But also, I think 1807, and I would say this, the victory over Russia at Friedland. That arguably is the more sort of significant capping stone for that part of the Napoleonic era, and arguably, from 1807 onwards, that's when the rot sort of sets in to some extent. Arguably it's set in. It's actually already there slightly before, but with Eylau. But 1807, I think, tells it should be more widely known and more widely considered as a major juncture.
Zach nods whilst glancing at the list of the back catalogue on the Napoleon Assist and realising how little there is in terms of content on that period. Having already encouraged the patrons of the Napoleon Assist on 2 occasions to vote in a Russia month on the podcast, but I suspect recent political events have kind of intervened and people are sort of a little bit wary of the idea of more content on Russia at the moment. Perhaps they've kind of reached saturation point with what's in the news, which is kind of understandable. But there is an important point to be made that actually doing Russia during this period at a time when Russia wasn't anything like it is right now has its real values. But that's a separate rant for another day.
Just a quick point on the previous discussion. I was it's rather ironic that being the Russianist here, I have understated the importance of the Baltic compared to everyone else. But no, I actually absolutely agree with all of you. The Russian trade when it comes to supplies for the Royal Navy. It's the reason why Russia and Britain very narrowly avoided going to war in 1791 over Charkov, but that is another story completely.
I just thought you were being kind of you're just deliberately doing it as like a decoy to throw us off the scent and make us think, actually, you know what, Jimmy's not obsessed with Russia. He does talk about other stuff. I thought that was the plan there, but clearly not. You have shattered that illusion. Let us move on. Josh, I'm going to come to you next.
Right, thanks, Zach. So my one is centered around Waterloo. Now, first of all, Waterloo in itself is a massive pet peeve. It's a hive of pet peeves. All right, it is condensed, fertile soil pet peeves. All right, because already as soon as you talk about it, you have just stuff that wants to make you just scream into a pillow. And as soon as if only a drop of water had fell a quarter of a mile further south, it would have been different for Napoleon discussions. And it's like, the comparatives of the general. Oh, if only he had these marshals here. If only more British soldiers from America. No, please stop. The battle shouldn't even have happened. It's like, so many annoyances. But one of my biggest annoyances with Waterloo is how it's sort of hardwired into national myths. Okay, and especially and the most hard to get out national myth, the one that needs the really tough detergent, is the British won Waterloo. Now, I thought that this was dead, right? But a certain documentary that came out a little while ago, actually, when talking about the three armies, used the head is France, Prussia, and Britain. The British, whenever they talked about the armies. I thought that sort of terminology had gone in the Waterloo story years ago. But it's still around, and you see it online, and you see people talking about the significance of the British and how they wouldn't have been able to have been won without the British and things like that. And basically, it's just not as dead as I thought. It's a zombie. It's come back, and I feel like the reason why it doesn't die is because there's grains of truth to the importance of the British in it. Wellington was in command, British general. The British had the largest single national contingent within Wellington's army, and it grows if you include the King's German Legion and the Hanoverians. And the Hanoverians were also under the Elector of Hanover, and the Elector of Hanover is the king of the British king. So actually, it becomes bigger and bigger and bigger, and it's actually really weird that you have a large British contingent in an Allied army that is actually the largest in that army. It's very strange. But then, of course, you look around the field, unless you're watching Waterloo, in which case everybody is, redcoats, and there's 17,000 Dutch and Belgians there. There's a whole division of guys wearing black, and they're all speaking German. And there's these weirdos from Nassau, which sounds like an island in the Caribbean, but it's not. And it brings home to me that people don't understand how the Napoleonic Wars work. Okay, these wars were a pain in the neck to everybody. Nobody knew what to do with Napoleon until they figured out, if we all work together, we have a lot more muskets than he does. So he can be as clever if he wants, as clever and as brilliant as he wants to be. But if we kill all of his men, he can't do anything, can he? And then you get Leipzig. So it's like, when it comes to Waterloo, they knew what to do. In 1815, everybody get together, everybody face him down, and it doesn't matter if he's a genius or whatever he is, we will murder him. And the British played their part in that. But Wellington was a British commander in charge of an Allied army. And anybody who comes at me and says that Wellington was a British general and etc., or whatever, and he trusted his British troops more than any others, he spent his life commanding foreigners, right? Usually more foreigners than he had British troops. And he understood, Blucher understood, everybody understood what they were doing here. And so you'd point to the Waterloo Dispatch. Oh, but he prioritizes the British. He's writing to the British government, for a start. Okay. And he's And also, that's completely false. You can actually look at the Waterloo Dispatch, and the actual content of it is of an Allied commander giving a report on an Allied victory, and he names a bunch of British officers because that's his job, to tell horse guards, please promote these guys, because he can't tell the king, the king of the Dutch to promote his own officers. You can't promote General the Prince of Orange is not going to promote General Lambert. All right, it's and so I now lose my words, and just will end here and say that if you ever come across anybody saying that the British won Waterloo, it's wrong. All right, the Allies won Waterloo because that was how they had beat Napoleon before.
Josh, I could hug you for that.
Yeah.
I could hug you, genuinely. When you were saying about the Waterloo Dispatch thing, I was on mute, so this didn't come across in the recording, but I basically went, hold my beer. I reached for my edited collection of Wellington's dispatches, which was brought out by Charles Esdale, because I only have a digital version of the full copies of the dispatches. This idea, firstly, you're quite right. He's writing to, and I've said this myself on this podcast, so apologies, folks, to repeat the point. He's writing to the British government. Of course he's going to talk about what the British troops did, because that's his responsibility. And with the best will in the world, the British government aren't hugely interested in what did the Prussians do during the battle, and what was Bulow's corps doing, and Thielmann, what was going on over there at Bath. That's not Wellington's job. He's been writing these dispatches ever since he was in command of an army. His job is to report on what the troops under his direct command, that are the responsibility of the British government, did. That's the purpose of the dispatch. I'm also going to quote directly from that dispatch.
Please do.
I should not do justice to my own feelings or to Marshal Blucher and the Prussian army if I did not attribute the successful result of this arduous day to the cordial and timely assistance I received from them. The operation of General Bulow upon the enemy's flank was a most decisive one, and even if I had not found myself in a situation to make the attack which produced the final result, it would have forced the enemy to retire if his attacks should have failed. You don't get, I'm going to say that line again. I should not do justice to my own feelings or to Marshal Blucher and the Prussian army if I did not attribute the successful result of this arduous day to the cordial and timely assistance I received from them. You don't get more emphatic than that, saying it's thanks to Blucher and all of the Prussian army that we even won this battle in the first place. Sure, Wellington goes on to have that kind of rose-tinted hindsight perspective that is so characteristic of the guy, and so many comments that he makes, which means that he talks far more about the British influence and perspective. And yes, the Prussians get pushed to the side. That's national myth making, and that there's a whole process of history writing, and the way in which nations write their own history into the 19th century that becomes very much more nationalistic and in favor of these kind of grand narrative perspectives that is at play there. And there are great books. Go read Russ Forster's book on Waterloo if you want to understand some of those processes and perspectives. Yes, Josh, well played. It annoys the hell out of me. I refuse, no matter who the individual I am talking to is, and how senior they may or may not be, I refuse not to correct people when it comes to this. I just won't have it. I will not have it. It shouldn't even be a thing. It is incredibly easy to just say the word Allied army.
Is it really that hard to use the Allied rather than British?
It's really not. I'm going to throw in something that a veteran once said to me, a guy called Ben Mead, who works for Waterloo Uncovered. I had the pleasure of interviewing him nearly 2 years ago now on this show. And he basically turned around and said, Wellington's army in 1815 was like 19th century NATO. That's the mentality that you need to slot in when it comes to this. It is so simple. And I do understand that tendency to synonymize Wellington equals British, therefore British Army. but you said it yourself. He spent his life commanding a multinational, in some cases multi-ethnic force. You know, the sepoys of the East India Company. You know, what nationality do folks really think those troops were? Come on now. The other thing that does, and this is a tangent here, the other thing that does really, really hack me off is those who turn around and go, oh, well, the British fought with allies and that was unfair because Napoleon, he had to face them all. Jackie has just buried her head in her hands. I don't know if that's my mocking voice that I've thrown into that, or just the concept writ large. But people...
It really makes you think that Wellington was right when he said nobody should write a history of the Battle of Waterloo. To be honest, it makes me...
Yeah, but then people like you and me, and in fact everybody in this room, would be out of a job, Josh. So I'm not sure I can back Wellington up on that. But sometimes, folks, you just really desperately need to pick up a proper history book and not make do with the Ladybird Guide to Napoleonic era history, you know? I mean, even Wikipedia would be better than some of the places where these people seem to source their information from. That was one hell of a rant. I'm feeling slightly better for that, actually.
Cathartic, right?
Genuinely, I do now need to stop talking and throw it open to the others so they can get a word in edgeways. Anyone wants to throw a hat into the ring on this one and add fuel to the fire that we've set ablaze at the heart of this podcast? Rachel, take it away.
Well, I wholeheartedly agree with what you're saying. You know, that the idea of not acknowledging that Wellington commanded foreigners for most of his career, that was the entire reason that Napoleon denigrated him, and he referred to him as the sepoy general. If he was just a British guy commanding British troops, he wouldn't have been phrasing it like that. He probably wouldn't have underestimated him in the way that he did. But also, I don't understand why people feel the reluctance to use the word Allied armies when we do that constantly in regards to the First and Second World War. The concept's no different.
Exactly. If you turned around today and said the British conducted an incredibly successful D-Day landing, you would get some very angry people turning around and saying, hello, there were 5 beaches, the British only stormed 2 of them. You know, so, and actually, when you sort of pause to think about it, the proportions are roughly right, actually, when you think about it. You know, 40%-ish in the case of D-Day, forces being British, inverted commas, and then when you compare that to, not that I like comparisons across history, but compare the proportion of British, inverted commas, troops in Wellington's army, it comes out at about somewhere between 33 and 40%, depending on what you do and don't include and what returns you want to use.
Those tricky Hanoverians.
So if it's not acceptable for one, why is it acceptable just because it's 140 odd, no less than 130 odd years earlier? It's just not, people. Can we just... I hesitate to use this terminology, but just sort of grow up in the sense of de-simplifying it. You know, why this temptation to make it, you know, Agincourt round 2 or something? It's not. And to imply that it is actually does a gross disservice to those of other nationalities who fought and crucially died. One final thing I will throw in there. Who is it who stands at Quatre Bras on the night of the 15th and make sure that ground is held so that anything that follows on the 16th and the 17th and the 18th can happen? It's the Nassau contingent.
Yes.
So
Dutch and Belgians and all those guys, and that's in the Waterloo Dispatch as well.
Funny that. It's almost like Wellington was prepared to acknowledge that it wasn't just the British who were fighting there. Anyone else want to weigh in on this one? Jacqueline, go for it.
I just want to say that was a thing of beauty. It really was. I enjoyed every second of it. I also wanted to agree with what Rachel said about Wellington working with the Allies. I think this is a feature of his entire career. I think it's partly why he did so well. because he was able to work with other people. It worked exceedingly well on the peninsula. It continued to work after 1815 when he went into diplomacy. It wasn't such a crazy career change when you think about what he'd been doing before, and basically it was just a continuation. He knew very well that the war was going to be won by Allied forces, not by one army alone, and that's why it worked. And the last thing I wanted to say was I completely agree about the dispatches. And this is something that annoys me quite a lot, actually, sometimes when people quote things from dispatches and they say, this shows X, Y, Z. I'm kind of, do you realise that these things are basically, boilerplate? A dispatch is a dispatch. It is a kind of document that everyone, all generals wrote. And they had a certain format. There were certain things you had to say and certain things that you weren't allowed to say. So they would write effectively 2 letters home. They'd write the dispatch, which would get published in the Gazette, and then they write a private letter in which they'd say things like, I hate all our allies, they suck, or things to that effect. So the dispatch only gets you so far. I mean, you can read between the lines, but you can't use it to say Wellington definitely thought this, that, or the other. All you can say is Wellington thought this was right to put in the dispatch. So yeah, that's another rant. I could go on for days.
Classic example of that. The scum of the earth comment is made in a private letter rather than a dispatch because he can't stick it in a formal dispatch, partly because some of those dispatches get printed in the newspapers. They can also be produced before Parliament, I believe, because they're an official communication with the government. So there are certain things that you don't put into that kind of context because it's purely unprofessional.
This is why Waterloo. This is why Waterloo is just a massive bugbear in itself.
Jimmy, go for it.
Yeah, just a very quick point. And as Josh says, there are so many sort of issues and myths swirling around the Waterloo 100 Days campaign. And one of the things also is the people who say that if only so-and-so had happened, Napoleon would have defeated the Allied army. So what? That was like half the whole Allied contingent in the Seventh Coalition.
It may be less than half.
Well, yes, it's fine. I'm being generous. But it's just like, even if Napoleon wins Waterloo, he's not going to win the campaign, and the Allied resolve is unlikely to be broken unless, somehow he swept all of them off the field and they all sort of spontaneously combusted, which is probably not going to happen.
I mean, we are straying dangerously into sort of Charles Esdale glorious irrelevance arguments. That is how Charles has described the Battle of Waterloo. Wouldn't entirely agree. I agree with absolutely with what Jimmy says, that from a strategic perspective, even if Napoleon wins Waterloo, even if he wipes out both the Prussian and the Allied army, the Russians are coming. There's no getting around that, and so are the Austrians, and there's no contending with that. It is just 1814 delayed by another, let's say, 6 months. Perhaps. You've also got the fact that the Portuguese might be coming, the Spanish might be coming. There is no winning this war. So in that sense, you could say that Waterloo didn't matter because there was going to be a Waterloo at some point anyway. I wouldn't therefore say that it follows that Waterloo is irrelevant. But that's a case of interpretation and argument, and that's the beauty of our job. But yes, it's a really important point that you make, Jimmy, that this was only going to end one way. This war was only going to end one way, and the campaign, whether it flipped on a knife edge or not, and there are points where it absolutely did, it doesn't matter, because, as I say, the Russians are coming, and this is why actually it's worth saying that understanding what the Russians are doing during this period does matter, because the Russians are really very important to a lot of the bigger geopolitical machinations that are going on during this period. Let us move on. We're going to go to Rachel. Now, I was tempted to say, let's not move on, let's stick with Russia, but no, I'm going to make Jimmy wait just a little bit longer. Rachel, you're up next. Take it away.
Okay, Josh has given me some fairly large act to follow, because I'm also talking about a Waterloo-based myth, but mine is perhaps unsurprisingly Marshall-related. And I'm going for the myth that Napoleon only lost at Waterloo and was ultimately prevented from a glorious return due to the poor performance of Marshal Grouchy. And it really irritates me to see Grouchy made the scapegoat for what was ultimately a badly managed campaign that was beset with problems basically from day one. And the chief of those problems was communication, or mostly lack thereof. The absence of Marshal Berthier, who was so indispensable and so integral to Napoleon's successes, was keenly felt. He was a very fluent speaker of Napoleon, and he was a very good conduit for taking whatever abstract thing Napoleon was thinking about and translating it into practical orders. And Napoleon gives Soult what basically are unfillable shoes to fill, and puts Soult in Berthier's place. And throughout the campaign, there are instances of orders being so vague, people aren't really sure how to interpret them, orders not arriving when they're expected, or simply orders not being issued at all. And we know that Napoleon arrived at Laon on the 12th and found Grouchy there. Grouchy and his men had been there for 8 days. Napoleon expected them to be long since gone, and it meant that some of Grouchy's squadrons had to begin the campaign with a forced march of about 50 miles, which isn't an ideal opening for the campaign anyway. In terms of around about the battles of Quatre-Bras and Ligny, Ney sends a report to Napoleon, more or less just having a bitch about d'Erlon's conduct, but not sending any useful intelligence on Wellington. In the meantime, Soult isn't pragmatic and doesn't follow that up in the way that Berthier would have done, and so Napoleon doesn't have anything useful to make decisions on. Grouchy turns up at Napoleon's headquarters late in the evening after Ligny. His men had been lightly engaged. He could realistically have been sent off after the Prussians at that point to establish the direction of their travel, and Napoleon's asleep. Now, we know that Napoleon's ill, and everybody needs to sleep. It's a human need, but they kept waiting, and in the morning, Napoleon still doesn't have intelligence on Quatre-Bras, so he waits, and Grouchy isn't dispatched till around about midday, by which point the Russians have something like a 14 to 16 hour head start. And he also sends Grouchy off in the direction away from where Waterloo would ultimately be fought. So Grouchy is told verbally by Napoleon, harass the Prussians and do not lose sight of them once you find them, which Grouchy then does. Now, we know the weather was incredibly poor, and you could potentially say, his men maybe didn't move as fast as they could have done. And some people say, well, surely when he was pushed by Gerard, that there's the sound of the guns, we should march towards the sound of the guns. Grouchy should ultimately have upped sticks and done just that. But they're forgetting one kind of key detail. Napoleon did not like his marshals to show initiative. He liked them to follow orders exactly the way he wanted them. He was not a guy that encouraged or rewarded initiative unless it paid off in epic scale. And had Grouchy done that and it had gone badly, he would have been torn to shreds. And Grouchy does exactly what he's supposed to do. He harasses the Prussians. He sends two dispatches to Napoleon at Imperial headquarters. They arrive in the middle of the night. Napoleon doesn't read them until something like 10 a.m. on the following morning, and writes a response to Grouchy at that point. It's written at 10 a.m. It's not even dispatched until later in the day. By the time it reaches Grouchy, it's actually so garbled that he's not sure if it means they say we are engaged at Waterloo or we have won at Waterloo. Obviously, the implications being drastically different. And by the time he gets that order, even if he had just whizzed off immediately at that point. He could not have turned up on the battlefield realistically at any point to have been of use. And the second reason, I think, apart from the obvious logistic element, is that Waterloo's a campaign that's managed by Napoleon. And if you're going to laud Napoleon as overall commander for every success that the French army had, he also has to bear the brunt of their defeats. And this isn't Napoleon at his prime. This is not the Napoleon of Austerlitz or Friedland or even Eylau. He is ill, certainly, and we know Chandler certainly implies that Napoleon's performance is directly impacted by his health. When he's well, he's at his best. When he's ill, his performance always suffers. But he, not reading correspondence until delaying, that much is almost unforgivable in somebody of Napoleon's caliber. He is on the battlefield. He can stop Ney if he needs to. He could have sent orders, etc. But also the way that he used his resources at Waterloo is not Napoleon at his best. One of his key strengths prior to that had been that he knew exactly how to use his commanders and play to the strengths and weaknesses. And this isn't to kind of what if, but he had I would argue three of his five best commanders returned to him in 1815 in Davout, Soult and Suchet. He sends Suchet to the south, which makes sense. And then of his two demonstrably most successful commanders, he makes Davout Minister of War and Soult Chief of Staff and ties them to admin roles, despite having Lefebvre and Mortier at his disposal, both of whom very loyal, both of whom with administrative experience. Mortier is the one marshal who didn't fall out with all the others, so you would have eliminated the issue of the bad blood between Ney and Soult. And yeah, it just... to then give commands to Ney and Grouchy and be surprised when they behave like Ney and Grouchy makes no sense. Grouchy's entire career is of a solid, reliable cavalry commander, not particularly brilliant, not inspirational or using a lot of initiative, but someone who would follow orders and get the job done, which is exactly what he did. And for as much as there probably were few people alive in that era or even since who were as brave, inspirational as Michel Ney, he was undeniably erratic as a commander. He had a track record of screwing up on a fairly epic scale, but then he would redeem himself so brilliantly that Napoleon forgave it all in an instant, but there's no redemption after Waterloo. And I refuse to believe that Napoleon, a man famous for his prodigious ability to remember the most minute of details, forgot that these were the men he was dealing with. And he gave commands to Ney and Grouchy and was astonished that they behave exactly as they have done for their entire career. And then lastly, it kind of ties back to what Josh was saying earlier on. Oh yeah, things went against Napoleon's way, things didn't go according to plan. But that was life. Napoleon had been very lucky in the majority of his career. Tactical brilliance notwithstanding, things had gone his way, weather was on his side or topography was on his side. And this was just one of the occasions where fate didn't go his way, but that's not on Grouchy. And it's not on Ney either, who usually becomes the secondary scapegoat. And this is a myth basically started by Napoleon himself. He was quoted as saying to Barry O'Meara, "The loss of the battle first lies mainly in the great lethargy of Grouchy and his failure to execute my orders. I would have won that battle without the imbecility of Grouchy." And I think that's an incredibly distasteful way of avoiding confronting your own failure. And Grouchy did exactly what he was bent. So you can't issue orders to a man and then get huffy when he follows them.
I just gave Rachel a standing ovation there, and utterly justified, articulately put. Boy, if you thought the British won Waterloo thing made me angry, this makes me livid. Utterly seethes. I can't tell you how cross I get with this. Granted, I'm not known for being one of Napoleon's great advocates. Sure, I will take that one on the chin. But this, I lose a lot of respect. I try to respect Napoleon. It might not come across, but sometimes I try to respect Napoleon for his granted considerable ability, especially as a battlefield commander. I have issues with the way in which he does things. I have issues with his temperament. I actually have issues with Wellington's temperament, but people choose to ignore what I've said about Wellington and how he's actually quite an unpleasant individual on a number of levels. But this is really quite sickening. And you said it far better than I can, Rachel. This is him covering himself, looking back with hindsight and finding somebody to blame. It's a monumentally successful scapegoating exercise. That's all that happens to Grouchy. He does his job, and he's handed really bad circumstances, as you outlined, in which to do his job. He's told to go after the Prussians. The moment to go after the Prussians is when you're in contact with the Prussians. Now, I completely buy and agree with this idea that you don't want to follow up the Prussians too harshly on the evening of the 16th, because they're not routed. And they would have had that ability to turn around, and if you didn't get it right, they could have given the French a bloody nose on the evening/night of the 16th of June. Completely agree with that. But you nonetheless need to maintain that contact, if nothing else, to know where they're going. The fact that Grouchy doesn't have any information at his disposal at the moment that he's sent to go and follow the Prussians is catastrophic. He's basically got to spend the 17th finding the Prussians to then go and pursue them with, you know, his sword in Blucher's back. And he does the best that he possibly can. Because let's not forget that on the 18th of June, what's Grouchy doing? He's fighting a battle. He's fighting at Wavre. Sure, it's not on the scale of Waterloo. It's nowhere near as complex, and it's nowhere near as grandiose as Waterloo turns out to be. It's still absolutely key, because as far as Grouchy's concerned, he's found the Prussian army. He is doing his job. That's point one. So if he abandons that job and then goes off to Napoleon, he, in effect, hands the campaign to the Allies, because suddenly the Prussians are free to do whatever the heck they want. They can turn on him and attack him as he's trying to march to Waterloo, which could be an utter catastrophe. Alternatively, they could go march and join Wellington, which would be a catastrophe for Napoleon. And then you've got this situation that Napoleon's been trying to avoid the whole way through the campaign of the Allies fighting combined. So then Grouchy would have failed at his job, and that wouldn't have spelled victory for Napoleon either. The other crucial point, how is he meant to get there any faster than the Prussians, who have a few hours head start? Is he going to fly? Is he going to suddenly find some magic route that enables him to get to Waterloo faster? People, go walk the ground. I urge you, I beg you, go to Waterloo, go to Plancenoit, get in your car and drive from Plancenoit to Wavre, and you will find landscape that will utterly shock you. This idea that Belgium is as flat as a piece of paper, you go to that area, you're going to get a very, very, very unpleasant shock. Things like the Land de File are called the Land de File for a very, very good reason. You know, this is landscape that is actually quite steep in places. Grouchy wasn't going to get there, as Rachel said, until it was far too late. And then he's stuck in the middle of an utter mess. He's got the Prussians on one side of him, the Allied army of Wellington on the other. And then what's he meant to do? He's the one who manages to salvage something from this mess that is the Waterloo campaign. He pulled his chunk of the army back in remarkably good order. Napoleon can't rally his troops as he hopes to. He gets to Charleroi and realizes it's all over. Got to head back to Paris. There's nothing that can be salvaged here. So, I could go on for a week. I genuinely could. Thank you so much for that, Rachel, because that's my favorite. I'm going to come out and be biased and say it. That is, we've got some utterly beautiful contenders this evening and in the first half of the episode. This is my favorite because of all the things that make me genuinely angry as a historian. This is it. So I doff my hat to you, and I throw it open to the floor. Or is everyone too speechless after that?
Well, yeah, well done, Rachel. That was really good. That was really good pitch, and absolutely, it's one of my bugbears as well. And I'm therefore very glad that you brought it up, because I have argued with people about this before as well. And as Zach also said, I mean, rather than throwing Grouchy under the bus, he really should have been basically I don't know, the peg on which the hat of French honor was placed, because he got his men out of Belgium and he beat off the Prussians doing it. And he presented them to Davout at Paris intact, and then said, well, I have to go now. And exited stage left. But it's one of the big myths. And unfortunately, because everybody loves Napoleon, well, his great admirers love Napoleon, they believe everything he wrote. And he said that Ney and Grouchy lost the Battle of Waterloo. Whereas, well, no, Napoleon was in charge. And there's so many things about what happened there that just continually get regurgitated in the same old way. And yes, excellent point. And I have nothing to argue with it. We could basically just take all of this stuff and continue talking about it all night.
Jimmy, do you want to throw anything onto this little bonfire that we've started?
Not a massive amount, and I do feel like maybe you should have like a special series just on myths of Waterloo, because there do seem to be so many, and I think partly because it is such a high-profile battle, and yeah, the battle which sort of supposedly ties everything up into an art, and this is well the Napoleon files would say that this was the last chance that Napoleon could have done anything, even though as we've said, that the 100 Days campaign really couldn't have achieved much, and to blame it on his subordinates is very, very Napoleon. I mean, he said so much stuff in Saint Helena that is just complete and utter nonsense, but has contributed greatly to sort of general wider perceptions of the whole era.
It's funny that you say that, Jimmy, about a whole series being dedicated to Myths of Waterloo, because yours truly is actually going out to Waterloo at the end of this month to film for 5 days, to try and kick the legs out from underneath so many of these utterly infuriating myths, such as the need for it. Folks, go follow History Hack for more details on developments of that, because believe me, I am so excited to be writing that show. It needs to be done. Jacqueline, anything to add to this one?
I've always, I don't know very much about the French side of anything, really. I will be candid right from the start. It's always struck me that the whole Grouchy-Ney thing is a bit reflects the whole of the Waterloo story to a large extent from the French point of view. It was just someone has to have been to blame, right? Something must have gone wrong somewhere, and I've always, I don't know very much about, I know a bit more about Ney than I do about Grouchy from speaking to a few people, but I don't know much about Grouchy at all, and I've always felt very sorry for him just because of the whole, it must have been his fault. I don't know anything else about him apart from the fact that he's the man who's supposed to have lost Waterloo for Napoleon, and certainly from hearing what Rachel just said, I mean, that's absolutely not true, not in the least, and I always felt that it wasn't. But the other thing I wanted to say was I think this also speaks to what I said earlier about my not much liking the what if scenarios, because there's a French saying that my mother used to say, my mother's Belgian, used to say to me, which effectively translates as with the word if you can put Paris in a bottle. And it's kind of true. It's part of the reason I don't like this speculative history, but it's also, you know, you can, if with the word if, you can make Hushi responsible for the loss of an empire.
I mean, the bottom line is Napoleon should have just stayed on Elba.
Yeah.
That's it, right? That solves the problem right there. I think part of
that was another thing I wanted to say, which was that as far as I can tell, that the moment the battle of Waterloo was lost was when Napoleon left Elba. But
exactly. I mean, we were saying earlier something along the lines of, you know, like reputations of these people. Yeah, Zach was saying you're not a big fan of Napoleon. I'm a bigger fan of Napoleon than Zach, but for anybody, the point at which you have to say Napoleon is not coming off well here is when he decides to go and fight in 1815. Why on earth would you do that? What did you forget what happened in 1814? Do you think everybody's just going to forget that they put you on this island for a reason? I mean, wait 10 years, 5 years. It's like,
I mean, it just so happens that with the benefit of hindsight, we know he doesn't have 5 years, though, right? So
I guess, but
Jackie, yeah, go for it.
Can I also say that also with the benefit of hindsight, we know that what happens in 1815 is what happened in 1813 and 1814, not what happened in any of the previous coalitions. So, you know, I can kind of see Napoleon's point, thinking this is not going to last. This is just, you know, a gunshot wedding.
In a way, he was right. It just didn't. He chose the wrong time. I wanted to say to Rachel, would you agree that if you're going to blame a marshal for what happens at Waterloo, really it's d'Erlon for not choosing a battlefield irregardless?
I think, yeah, I still blame.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
And I think honestly,
a general. He's not a marshal. I'm very sorry about that.
So. if you're gonna ascribe some blame, you could, yeah. I think part of the problem as well is people want to look at Napoleon's story, and I know we've all maybe got a slightly different perspective because we're all so immersed in the period, and I would think I'm maybe slightly more not pro-Napoleon, but slightly less anti-Napoleon than some of you. But I think people look at Napoleon and try to cast him as a sort of everyman of history because he starts off as a nobody and he's the bullied outsider with a funny accent, and he goes to become one of the most powerful men in the globe. And I think in some ways, if you're going to cast him or this myth of him in this sort of fashion, it becomes a very unsatisfactory conclusion to say, in terms of dramatic context, and he overreached himself and he was past his peak and he threw it all away. It becomes a much more satisfactory, dramatic narrative to say, and poor Napoleon was betrayed or let down by incompetent or treasonous subordinates. And I think people look to that period to try and find big heroic stories, but that maybe necessarily forget that these are still flawed human beings, and as much as Napoleon's tried to create his own myth, he can't escape that.
Part of the other issue, I think, very specifically to Grouchy, is that in the chronology of the marshals, he's the newest marshal. He's the baby marshal, right? Because what does he get his marshal's baton for? It's for helping to consolidate the control by putting down the uprisings. And that therefore means that he doesn't have a record to fall back on as a marshal. Sure, he's got his career prior to this point, that goes without saying, but he hasn't got something else that people can turn around and point to and go, oh, but hang on a minute, this is the same Grouchy who in whatever context did X, Y, and Z. You know, he gets Wavre. That's his moment. And worth saying, he wins at Wavre. You know, he achieves the strategic objective, which is to take the bridges, take Wavre, and send the Prussians that he's facing reeling. Sure, what he's facing is a fairly weak corps from, you know, one corps of the Prussian army, but he does his job. He wins that engagement. And the next day, what are the Prussians planning to do until they hear about Waterloo? They're planning to cut and run. So actually, you've got this isolated corps that's heading in a completely different direction. So Grouchy does his job, but he doesn't have anything else that people can point to save his reputation. Has anyone got anything else that they want to say on this? Or have we exhausted ourselves? Jimmy is
Well,
not exhausted. I'm pleased to see this.
I think, yeah, just to circle back to Rachel's point about Napoleon needing sort of, or fans of Napoleon needing traitors to blame and things like that. And I think Grouchy serves the role for 1815, where the likes of Marmont and Bernadotte served the role for 1813 and 14. And in fact, all of them are maybe not entirely 100% innocent, but certainly far more innocent than the Arc de Triomphe, which leaves out the names of Marmont and Bernadotte, while keeping on the names of people who actually did betray the revolution.
That is very, very, very well said, Jimmy. Yes, quite right. You draw. Rachel, would you like me to repeat that for our audience to hear?
Yeah, go ahead.
So we have a chat function that runs as we record this. It doesn't often get used, but we sometimes use it to heck one another. And Rachel's just written in the chat, "Bloody Murat," which pretty much sums it up. Jimmy, we're going to stay with you on this one. You kind of spoiled this for us at the start, but I'm guessing you're not going to suddenly tell us that the myth that irritates you most is somehow connected with, I don't know, Wellington or something. Are you going for Russia by any chance?
I am indeed here to slay the myth of General Winter, or another form is never invade Russia in the winter. And Napoleon's invasion of Russia in 1812 is cited as a prime example of why not to do this. And the common story of the invasion goes like this. Napoleon invaded Russia in 1812. He won all his battles, forced his enemy to retreat at every step, got all the way to Moscow in lightning quick time, but could not stay there because it was destroyed by fire, so his army had to retreat. But the bitter cold of the Russian winter meant that he eventually only just managed to escape across the Berzina with only 20,000-30,000 men. It's a tale that's often repeated, but unfortunately one that suffers from the slight inconvenience of not only being complete nonsense, but a myth peddled by Napoleon's propagandists and apologists. Napoleon invaded Russia on the 24th of June, 1812. I challenge anyone to find me a country in the Northern Hemisphere where it is winter in June. I've been to Moscow in June, and it was almost 30 degrees Celsius. I mean, around 85 Fahrenheit for the non-conformists out there. So while invading Russia in winter is still a very bad idea, Napoleon didn't do it. Now, I'm not saying that Napoleon's army wasn't affected by cold weather, but by the time it already started snowing, he was already leaving Moscow. He was already retreating. He started his campaign in late June with 500,000 men, let's say. By the time he got to Moscow, he was already down to less than 100,000. On the way back, he picked up some garrison detachments and so on, but it's definitely the case that he lost more men in the 3 months from June to September, otherwise known as summer, than during the so-called winter. But why do I call this Napoleonic propaganda? And why does the English-speaking world also believe it? Fundamentally, Napoleon and his supporters wanted a way to rationalize this unsuccessful campaign in a way that didn't detract from Napoleon's military genius. What better way to blame General Winter for your defeat while claiming you won every battle on the way? And as everyone knows, Russia is a frozen wasteland full of bears roaming through city centers. And most of the English-speaking world has accepted this myth, this propaganda, although preferring to interpret it as a sign that Napoleon was ill-prepared and this so-called genius had no idea how cold it would be in Russia. British and American historians are far more familiar with the French language than with Russian. So the French accounts, which emphasize the winter retreat, are more widely available in English translation. The few perspectives you get from the Russian side are typically from Germans, and they have their own agenda. Only in the last 2 years are you getting translations of Russian accounts into English, incidentally from the likes of Alexander Mikaberidze and me. So find stuff on Amazon. So if Napoleon wasn't defeated by General Winter, then why was he defeated? As always, there are several reasons, but the most fundamental is that Napoleon was a pretty lousy strategist, and the Russian command outthought him. Contrary to, you may say, popular belief, Napoleon had prepared extensively for his invasion of Russia. He read Voltaire's history of Charles XII's invasion a century earlier, and was keen to avoid a long, drawn-out campaign, like Charles had suffered. He would do what he did best: entice the enemy into a grand battle, preferably near the Russian border, destroy their field army, and sue for an advantageous peace. Ideally, the war would be over within a month or two. And Napoleon actually had this strategic initiative at the beginning of the campaign. Neither the Tsar nor anyone in the Russian army really expected Napoleon to have 500,000 men. Although the Russians considered many plans, they were all based on the assumptions of Napoleon having a far smaller force. The Minister of War and de facto Commander-in-Chief, General Barclay de Tolly, had favored a strategic retreat. And when he found out the size of Napoleon's army, there's really no other choice. And that's what he did, despite considerable opposition from his subordinates, who mistrusted the intentions of a Baltic German dude with a French version of a Scottish name. Ironically, had Napoleon only had some 200,000 men, the Russians probably wouldn't have retreated very far at all, and Napoleon would have got his set-piece battle and may have actually achieved at least some of his objectives. But yeah, in fact, the course of the first half of the campaign is very simple. Napoleon was desperate to bring the Russian army to battle, while Barclay and his successor Kutuzov were desperate to avoid it, but they were always making preparations to do so to keep up morale in the army, because you don't really want to say, we're retreating all the time. You want to say, we're fighting, and then we're about to fight, and then, oh dear, the enemy is about to encircle us. We have to retreat now. So actually, the Russians were outmaneuvered on several occasions, and Napoleon came very close to catching and destroying parts of the Russian army. But thanks to brave Russian rearguards, who held their ground with terrible losses, wasn't quite able to do so. And there were larger battles at Smolensk and Borodino, but they were fought largely for political reasons and did not really have a particularly significant strategic impact. And the Russian command always made sure to keep their retreat open. So rather, this retreat all the way to Moscow weakened Napoleon's army by forcing him to detach garrisons and suffer attrition due to hunger, disease, battlefield casualties, and heat. Yes, heat. Tens of thousands of Napoleon's soldiers actually died from heat exhaustion in 1812. And meanwhile, even though the Russian army was not immune and suffered significant casualties, it was being replenished by reinforcements from all over the empire. The second major reason why the Russians avoided defeat or a premature peace settlement is Tsar Alexander's refusal to respond to Napoleon's peace initiatives from Moscow. Guided by the firm conviction that Napoleon would have to abandon his conquests since he would not be able to stay in Moscow during the winter. The great man theory of history may be out of fashion, but the conviction and determination of two men in particular, Tsar Alexander and General Barclay, to do what they thought despite actually considerable internal opposition, was crucial to ensuring Napoleon's defeat in 1812. But I did mention the word winter. So this is, I'm not saying that winter didn't matter at all. Of course it did. And it factored into Russia's strategic considerations. But even during the infamous retreat of Napoleon's by now less than Grande Armée, the cold weather was only one of several factors which led to the to its almost complete destruction of its remaining forces. And it's worth mentioning that Russian troops also suffered a great deal from the cold. Russians are not just some sort of supermen who can somehow survive particularly cold weather. Recent events have shown that unprepared Russians can also struggle to fight in Eastern European conditions. And their forebears in 1812 might have had better winter coats and might have been more accustomed to the cold than their French counterparts, but it didn't necessarily stop them from dropping dead. And of course, the French were ill prepared for a winter campaign because Napoleon didn't expect to fight one. He didn't expect to be in Russia in November. So the difference is not so much the weather, which both sides had to deal with, but the supply situation. Napoleon's army already had supply problems at the very beginning of the campaign. Just a few days in, they were already, boots were already being tattered and had a lot of trouble, even getting food over. But the situation was, of course, truly dire during the retreat. And Napoleon knew in Moscow that he was running out of supplies. And after he left, he aimed to fight his way south to Kaluga to resupply his army before then turning west and returning to Smolensk, which he hoped to use as a base. But at the Battle of Maloy-Yaroslavets in late October, Kutuzov managed to get his army to block the road heading south to Kaluga. This forced Napoleon to return along the devastated Smolensk road, while Kutuzov's pursuing army, knowing the area better, proceeded along side roads and areas which remained largely unscathed. And the other major factor is morale. The Grande Armée had already suffered during its advance, but Napoleon could still promise that peace would be made in Moscow. They could all go back home to their families once that had happened. But instead of a welcome party, Napoleon's men encountered the city of Moscow in flames, while units sent out to forage were attacked by flying detachments of partisans and Cossacks. And these attacks only intensified during the retreat. I mean, just imagine being a soldier in Napoleon's army at the beginning of November 1812. Your regiment has basically ceased to exist. You have hardly any food, or your horses are dead. You can't sleep for very long because you're anxious that the Cossacks might suddenly turn up from any direction at any moment. Oh, and it just happens to be bloody freezing as well. So the so-called general winter is only one of several reasons, and fairly minor one, for Napoleon's defeat. And although some French sources speak of the unseasonably cold weather during the retreat, it was actually the summer of 1812 that was unseasonably hot. October had been very mild by Russian standards, which actually prompted Napoleon to stay in Moscow for a bit longer than he might otherwise have done. And it started to snow just as he was leaving Moscow. But temperatures in November were actually fairly standard for Russia, so it wasn't particularly unseasonably cold at all. It is true that in December, temperatures did become exceptionally cold, even for Russian standards. And this effectively caused the disintegration of the remaining 30,000 men who had heroically crossed the Berezina. Of course, by the 5th of December, Napoleon was already legging his way back to Paris in order to restore his significantly dented political authority. So yes, absolutely. The 1812 campaign is one of the better known episodes of the Napoleonic Wars and was undoubtedly a major turning point in the Napoleonic era and in Napoleon's own fortunes. But for that, we should credit General Barclay rather than General Winter.
Nicely done, Jimmy. I think this is your third time on the Napoleon assist. I would say that's your best performance to date. That was.
I didn't threaten anyone with nuclear weapons this time.
I think that certainly helped. Funnily enough, I think that was pretty key. Nicely done, Jimmy. Nice little plug for your work in there as well. Delicately just slotted that one in. I'm going to do you a favor though, folks. Don't go to Amazon Don't worry, Jimmy. I'm not about to suggest that people don't buy the work that you've done. Instead, go direct to the publishers, because then the authors tend to get a decent cut. Jimmy, if they're self-published,
I self-publish them on Amazon.
okay, in that case, presumably they can come direct to you, contact you via Twitter.
It's actually far easier to do it on Amazon, because they do all the fulfillment. So
okay.
Yeah, so this is an unpopular thing to say.
You try to help people.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the thanks I get, right? I mean, this is gratitude for you, honestly. Okay, folks, change to the usual rants that you tend to hear on these episodes about Amazon. If you're buying Jimmy's work, go buy it on Amazon. Honestly,
you can only find it there. Yeah.
I don't know. There's me trying to be nice to you.
I mean, maybe you can like do a deal with him over PayPal, and he can send you a PDF or something. But
that is how Josh got his copy.
Let us move on from the Amazon rant, because tonight is a night of other rants. Yeah, I do find it slightly surprising that British writers who spend so much time denigrating Napoleonic propaganda have, in relation to the Russian campaign, gone and swallowed Napoleonic propaganda. There's a certain irony to that for me. I think you put it all really, really nicely. There is, I can't pretend that I'm well read on the Russian campaign. I'm not even going to attempt to pull the wool over people's eyes on that one. But there is this sort of sense amongst people who like to comment on history, as opposed to folks like ourselves who actually spend a lot of time reading the history and studying it closely, that, you know, people in the past are a bit thick, and they weren't as smart as we are today. And there is sort of this sense amongst some people that the only reason that the Russians could possibly stand a chance against Napoleon is because they had outside help. It couldn't possibly be because they learned from Austerlitz, Friedland, etc. It's not like they've been fighting this guy before and have realized that the previous strategies haven't worked. And it's not like they might have a little bit of, you know, field intelligence and might hear about this huge army that he's commanding and realize that they're massively outnumbered, and so retreat might be good. None of that's possible. It's only because they had outside help. That's the only reason they could possibly have defeated Napoleon. And it, again, this is why it's such a patronizing term to use, but this idea of this sort of slightly childish approach, this ladybird-esque approach to history, that everything's incredibly simple, just doesn't work. And I do think that I understand that people need to simplify, because it's not possible to be nerds like us and spend your entire spare time, or in some cases all of your time, reading up on this stuff. I completely understand that, but there does come a point where it's useful to just sort of read a bit more widely than just the one account or watch the one documentary, to get more of a flavor before you start to comment and before you start throwing stones at glass houses, because that's how we get to situations like this. And the really important point to make here is that it's not like we haven't known about this for an incredibly long time. There's that beautiful little graph that has been in the public domain for I forget how many years now. Anyway, the point is, it's a lovely indication of how Napoleon starts off with, as you say, 500,000, and the numbers whittle down until he gets to Moscow. And sure, some of them go off on garrison detail, or they're sent to other regions, and then they end up rejoining later on. But the bottom line is, as you say, by the time Napoleon gets to Moscow, when the snow hasn't even fallen, he's lost more than half the army, and substantially more than half the army. And if nothing else, that makes the point to you. The back of Napoleon's Grand Armée is broken long before the snow starts to fall, long before the temperatures are dropping. I have to admit, this one doesn't make me angry in quite the same way. Perhaps that's just because I'm slightly more detached from this one, but I'd expect myself to be a bit more detached from Grouchy. But perhaps there's a Napoleon element in there that just, perhaps it's a love to hate type thing. certainly some people will cast me in that light and say it's just because I'm biased against Napoleon. But it's certainly an irritating myth. I could give the victory to any one of you tonight. These are all such brilliant ones, but thank you so much for that, Jimmy. I'm going to throw it open to the floor. Josh, do you want to come in on this one? You've done a lot of work with Jimmy on the Russian perspective. What are your thoughts? What kind of, particularly with you and your vlogging and kind of video podcasting, as it were, and the comments that you must get in response to the work of Land of History? Folks, go like and subscribe if you haven't already. What do you tend to see kind of being propagated in the myth stakes when it comes to the 1812 campaign?
It's very classic stuff, really. Well, first of all, is that nobody cares. So very few people actually comment. That's one problem. Second problem is General Winter. Massive. Basically, everybody has swallowed that bait, hook, line, and sinker. And they want to believe that Napoleon is a force of nature who can only be defeated by a force of nature, and therefore General Winter comes in. And it makes wonderful narratives, doesn't it? It's a beautiful story. It's wonderfully dramatic. I'm sure Ridley Scott is going to basically do that. But yeah, it's a classic thing. Every now and again you'll also get sort of like the added texture, like Jimmy said, of the French were undefeated through Russia. That's not the case either. They did lose battles along the way. And but one of the things I loved about reading about the 1812 campaign in another project I did with Jimmy regarding the Polish army was how his allies, and first of all, a good proportion of his army was not French. He understood how to work with allies as well. It's just he wanted to be top dog. Is how basically all the way through the campaign, the Polish contingent were basically asking themselves, this guy does know what he's doing, right? I mean, we should trust him. He's Napoleon. He wins stuff, right? I mean, as they're getting further and further towards Moscow, and it's getting towards November, all of them are sort of this worried sort of tone in their accounts about he doesn't really seem to know what he's doing, does he? It's kind of hilarious to read the Polish viewpoint of these things, who had a lot of experience fighting the Russians. And in those accounts, you also see the massive wastage, as was pointed out by Rachel in the Waterloo campaign, about Grouchy's just hanging around before the campaign, having to march 50 miles. 500,000 men mustered on the borders of Russia for months before the actual invasion, already starving, already looting the population to try and get food. Rains also came in to hamper the issue. Thousands of horses died. It was an absolute mess, basically, and nobody takes this into account.
I think that's really nicely put, Josh, on a number of levels. It is funny that there is this resistance. I sometimes wonder if that's because you and I are working predominantly within the UK, and therefore we hit the UK algorithms, and whether there would be a better uptake for work on the 1812 campaign in, for example, the States, where Napoleon tends to be the focus, and then the algorithms would work better there. But I'm always very conscious, and this is a real irritation of mine, so not so much an irritating myth, but just an irritation and challenge of podcasting, that when you try and give people something other than either battlefield narratives or things that just hit the algorithm very nicely, i.e. in my case British Army content, it doesn't do half so well. And so you have to make a conscious decision, and sometimes I'm very happy to do that.
I'm always happy to do that, just because I'm honorary.
You take a hit in the engagement stats, and you acknowledge that there's going to be a knock-on in terms of how subsequent episodes do, because you take that hit. And it's incredibly frustrating that there isn't a willingness for more engagement out there. But I guess that's people's interests, and people are going to listen to what they find curious. But I always encourage people to just delve elsewhere than just what you think and what you think you're going to like. And this is why episodes like this are such great fun, because actually we get to give snippets of a wide range of perspectives and events and things. And so tonight we've had British and French and Russian perspectives, and I think that's hugely useful. Jackie, have you got anything that you want to add to this?
Mainly my main impression from what Jimmy said was that Russia is bloody big, isn't it? I think something,
and there's a lot more, and there's a lot more of it.
Yeah, something I suspect Napoleon failed to appreciate. I do have a question though, which is that you say that the winter thing is a propaganda thing to justify why Napoleon gets absolutely slaughtered. Why does it matter that it's winter and not summer? I mean, in some ways, it seems to me that it would be more in Napoleon's interest to say, well, it was a terribly hot summer and I wasn't expecting that. Whereas, winter happens every year, usually. So why is it that winter is, particularly in Russia? I mean, there is a reason why the expression "never invade Russia in winter" has become current, and it's not just because Napoleon did it first. Apparently not. Why is it that the winter is so much more beneficial to focus on than the summer?
Can I just say before Jimmy answers that, I'm going to throw a meme into this conversation, which doesn't really work because it's a podcast. There is a phenomenon on TikTok that people just call emotional damage, which is where Rachel's now in hysterics because she knows exactly what I'm on about. There is this phenomenon where people issue what I will call a burn, basically an incredibly scathing insult, and then people just edit in this Asian guy turning around and going, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Emotional damage," and the way in which he says it is hilarious in terms of timing and tone and everything. And when Jacqueline turned around and said, winter happens every year, I just, in my head, I just went, emotional damage. I apologize, Jimmy, for interrupting what was going to be a very reasoned and well thought out answer, but I just had to throw that one in there.
Jimmy likes the memes. He'll forgive you.
No, absolutely, all the memes. So I think firstly, the stereotype of Russia being a frozen wasteland all year round. Will anyone believe that Russia really gets so hot that you die from heat exhaustion? I mean,
I think that actually the propaganda for the Russian fiasco kind of got away from Napoleon himself until he got to St. Helena anyway. I'm not actually familiar exactly what his excuse on St. Helena was, but certainly the majority of the stuff you read is about French soldiers reporting about the hell of the winter retreat.
That was the point I was going to make.
Not Napoleon. Because Napoleon immediately just went back to Paris and said, right, 1813, I still have thousands, hundreds of thousands of men to organize. Meanwhile, everybody's like going, what just happened? It was so cold.
I'm sure none of us are surprised that when Napoleon's sort of trying to work out who's to blame for a failing of a campaign that he's led, the answer is never Napoleon. Funny that.
I think one point to be made following on from Josh is that the French soldiers, I mean, some of them had been in Egypt before. They had experienced extreme heat before, but nowhere across Napoleon's campaigns had they experienced such cold winters before. So I think that may also be one of the reasons why the cold is more emphasized, and also it was more recent, right? The course of the campaign, the winter came after the summer, and yeah, as just said, but by the time they got back, they were just like, guys, what what on earth did we just go through? And yeah, the privations of the winter and the suffering was far more raw, I think, in their minds than the casualties of the summer. Because firstly, a lot of yeah, a lot of the ones who, I guess, survived the summer, but still sort of suffered, maybe didn't survive the winter.
I think the suffering is like different as well. It's like they were used to the sufferings of a summer campaign. They knew what heat stroke was and such.
Spain and Egypt and
but marching through the winter and people dropping of exposure, frostbite, freezing to death in their sleep, having to eat their horses, try and cut themselves into horses, etc., is like something that not a lot of troops, because nobody, it's not just the Russian winter, nobody's supposed to fight in winter.
Although actually in the Napoleonic Wars they did a lot. Austerlitz was in December, Eylau was in February. There's certainly snow and ice played some sort of role in Eylau. Snow played a major role. So I mean, these things happen, but not to the sort of scale that
not the mundane day by day kind of grind of it
that happened in Russia. And morale was already shot, so
it was these are probably the things. But that of course brings up, like that the Russian army was tough as well. They could fight. They had fought at all those battles, Austerlitz and Eylau, where they gave the French a bit of a bruise, and then all of a sudden everybody's shocked that the Russians can fight in 1812. No, what?
Rachel, I'm going to hand it over to you for the last word on this one. What are your thoughts and comments on this?
I was just going to ask Jimmy, actually. I've been rereading Marshal Davout's biography by Gallagher fairly recently, and in the comments around Russia, he felt that Jerome Bonaparte should carry a fairly substantial portion of blame. Do you agree with that, or?
To some extent, because there were certainly disagreements around the French commanders. So Jerome was commanding the sort of the right wing of Napoleon's army, which had the crucial task of trying to sort of separate and isolate Bagration's second army from the rest of the Russian army under Barclay. And there were perhaps good opportunities to do so, but Jerome was too slow, or Jerome didn't get on with Davout. And Davout was the greatest French marshal, and Jerome was just this guy who happened to be Napoleon's brother, and who really wanted to be like Murat, but was even not as competent as he was. So I think, yes, it was definitely a factor in perhaps losing a good opportunity to actually achieve some of what Napoleon wanted to achieve. But at the same time, there are terrible rows among the Russian generals as well, and they seem to hold it together with somewhat more success.
I mean, that's not a good epithet to have, is it? Like Murat, only worse. This is not how you want to go down in history. Folks, I'm going to put you on the spot one final time tonight. If you couldn't have yours, going around the room very quickly, out of the four that you've heard this evening, which would you have? Just a very quick kind of vote, and a single line on why. But which would you have? Which really kind of gets your goat and just makes you go, no, people, come on, we can do better than this. Josh, I'm going to put you on the spot first.
It would be between Rushy and General Winter. Those two are actually things I moan about a lot.
Jacqueline?
I think it's probably got to be the Josh's point about the Allies at Waterloo. I do I tend to agree with his point that a lot of people don't really understand the way the Napoleonic Wars work, and I think Waterloo does show that quite a bit, and it does, to put it bluntly, it gets my goat.
Jimmy?
I think I would actually go for Jackie and Trafalgar, because I think Trafalgar is just, I mean, even more than Waterloo, it is just this sort of like pivotal, sort of iconic feat of British arms, which it was. But yeah, the narratives about it is that, you know, the conflict continued for another 10 years, and the naval part of it was also, you know, was also not entirely quiet, as Jackie demonstrated. So yeah.
And finally, Rachel.
I would go for the British one at Waterloo. Two reasons. I agree with what Jacqueline said and what Josh has already said. It's people fundamentally don't understand how the Napoleonic Wars worked and why they were so effective at eventually halting Napoleon, and also because I think it's rooted very much in jingoism as well. And yeah, it's a disservice to all the Allied troops who fought.
I just want to thank all four of you for, sometimes, you know, you don't know what's coming with a podcast, and you don't really know if it's going to work. With this one, I was quietly confident it would be a good evening. I didn't expect to have quite such a laugh recording with you guys. It's been an absolute joy. Folks, please go and follow these lovely people on Twitter. You can find Jacqueline at Late Lord Chatham. Also, please go and buy her book, The Late Lord, which is about late Lord Chatham and his life. It's a biography. It also talks about the Walcheren campaign. You'll also, if you follow her on Twitter, get regular updates from the Ghost of Popham, which will enlighten your life no end. You'll find Josh on Twitter at Land of History. He's the master of adventures in Historyland. He's the author of Wild East and Bullock's Grain and Good Madeira. The latter is available via Hellion. Please go and buy direct from hellion.co.uk. Jimmy, you can find Jimmy in two locations. Actually, I think it's at JSC1812 and at Napoleonic Impressions. Is that the other one?
_ IMP, yeah.
Lovely. You'll find a myriad of merchandise that will fill your life with wonder, including mugs of certain individuals, which we were discussing before we came on air. They're integral parts to some people's lives in this very room. And last but by no means least, Rachel, you're on at bookish. Is it at bookish _ Rachel?
Yeah, at bookish Rachel. Yeah, _
Okie doke. You don't have a book
Can I just point out that Rachel has an A in it for those that don't know?
Yeah. Or 2 A's.
Yeah.
Fair point.
All right then, Jimmy. So you didn't quite manage to get through an episode without trolling one of my guests. You came so close. You did so well. Folks, go follow all four, I should say, of these lovely people. It's been an absolute joy. Thank you so much for your time.
Before you go, folks, all the usual things. Remember to like and subscribe, leave a review on Apple Podcasts, and you can find me on Twitter at ZWhiteHistory. A huge thank you as ever to my Patreon supporters. It is their support that keeps this podcast going. If you're interested in contributing to the show, you can find out more from the link in the description. Prices start from £1 a month, and you get all kinds of perks, from discount codes on Pen and Sword books, which means you actually quite rapidly end up regaining some of the money that you invest in the show, all the way through to voting rights, shout outs in episodes, and even one-to-one meetings with me. If a regular subscription isn't your thing, which believe me I completely understand, you can leave one-off tips via Ko-fi. Again, the link is in the description, and all the money gets reinvested into producing more content further down the line. And I have a big project in mind involving footage from battlefields that could potentially be a really engaging, exciting project if I can bring the money together to make it happen. A particular shout out as ever to my Emperor level patrons Mark Stoos, JC Kaiser and Todd and Laird Campbell, my Marshal patrons Matt Bone and Marcus Cribb, my Commander patrons John Haynes, Ger Brown, Liam Telfer, Jane Davis, Bob Burnham, Andy Meakin and Michael Guest, my mentioned in Dispatches Plus patron Noah Fink, and my mentioned in Dispatches patrons Mars Reedy, Alexandra Lyon, Alistair Campbell-Grieve, Beatrice de Graaf, Brendan Teeling, Colin Fieldhouse, Ed Coss, Bruins Girl, Gareth Copeland, Jeff Maple, Hugh Brennan, Indiana Fats, Jim Deary, Jim Getz, Josh Keeney, Lucy Tatner, Lynn Dawson, Mark Dewhurst, Mark Anscombe, Rob Griffith, Roy Muir, Ross Flowers, Ryan Diamond, Rob Cothman, Mark Trowbridge, Nick Overland, Stephen Colson and Graham Goodwin. I'll be back very soon, but until then, I'm Zach White. This has been The Napoleonicist. Take care of yourselves, my friends. Stay well, stay safe, and as always, thank you for listening.